Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome to the ultimate world of magical what-if fanfictions. Here, we explore alternate destinies, unstoppable power awakenings, and the darkest secrets the wizarding world never revealed. In today's video, what if Harry Potter married the shy yet mysterious Luna Lovegood in his 4th year? We uncover a question that could change Harry Potter's fate forever. And hey, if you love powerful Harry Potter alternate stories, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. Because we upload daily magical what-if videos you definitely don't want to miss. Alright, let's unlock the magic, and witness how Harry's entire destiny is rewritten. The Hogwarts Express rumbled through the Scottish countryside as Harry Potter stared out the compartment window, his mind still reeling from the events that had unfolded at the Quidditch World Cup. The dark mark hovering over the campsite, the screams, the chaos. He hadn't expected his summer to end like that, and now, returning to Hogwarts for his 4th year, he felt an unease he couldn't quite shake. Ron sat beside him, animatedly discussing the upcoming Triwizard Tournament, while Hermione buried herself in a thick book about ancient magical competitions. Harry nodded along absently, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. "Harry, are you even listening?" Hermione asked, lowering her book with a concerned expression. "Yeah, sorry. Just thinking about everything that happened," Harry replied, managing a weak smile. The compartment door slid open, and Luna Lovegood appeared, her silvery blonde hair flowing past her shoulders, her protuberant eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made him shift uncomfortably. She wore her Ravenclaw robes and radish earrings that swung gently as she moved. "Hello, Harry Potter," Luna said in her distinctive dreamy voice. "May I sit here? The Nargles have been particularly bothersome in the other compartments." Ron snorted, but Hermione shot him a warning look. Harry gestured to the empty seat across from him. "Of course, Luna. Please." Luna settled into her seat gracefully, pulling out a rolled copy of the Quibbler. She held it upside down as she read, occasionally glancing up at Harry with those strange, probing eyes. "You're worried about the tournament," Luna stated matter-of-factly, not as a question but as an observation. Harry blinked. "How did you? Your aura is clouded with apprehension," Luna continued, turning a page of her upside-down magazine. "But there's something else, something deeper. You feel alone, even when surrounded by friends." The compartment fell silent. Ron looked uncomfortable, Hermione concerned, and Harry. Harry felt exposed in a way he hadn't expected. "I don't know what you're talking about," Harry said, but his voice lacked conviction. Luna smiled, a soft, knowing smile that somehow made Harry feel understood. "That's all right. Most people don't see what's truly there until they're ready." The rest of the train ride passed in an oddly comfortable silence, with Luna occasionally making strange observations about invisible creatures and conspiracy theories that would normally have annoyed Harry, but instead, he found them oddly soothing. There was something about Luna's presence, her complete lack of judgment, her acceptance of things others dismissed, that made Harry feel like he could breathe a little easier. When they arrived at Hogwarts, the Great Hall buzzed with excitement about the visiting schools. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would be arriving soon, and the Triwizard Tournament would begin. Harry took his usual seat at the Gryffindor table, but found his eyes wandering to the Ravenclaw table, where Luna sat alone, reading her magazine with that same serene expression. Dumbledore's announcement about the tournament age restriction, 17 years old, brought groans from younger students. Harry felt relieved. At least he wouldn't have to worry about being entered into a dangerous competition. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. When the Goblet of Fire spat out his name as the 4th champion, Harry's world tilted on its axis. The Great Hall erupted in chaos, accusations, disbelief, anger. Ron's face turned red with jealousy, and even Hermione seemed uncertain. The other students whispered and pointed, their eyes filled with suspicion and resentment. Only one person in the entire hall looked at Harry with complete, unwavering belief in his innocence. Luna Lovegood stood from the Ravenclaw table, her voice cutting through the chaos with surprising clarity. "He didn't put his name in. Can't you all see? His aura shows confusion and fear, not ambition or deceit." The hall fell silent, students turning to stare at the strange Ravenclaw girl who had spoken up. But Luna didn't falter. She walked across the hall, breaking all protocol, and stopped directly in front of Harry. "I believe you," she said simply, her large eyes meeting his with absolute certainty. Those 3 words meant more to Harry than anything else that terrible night. In the weeks that followed, as Harry's friends grew distant and the school turned against him, Luna became an unexpected constant. She would sit with him in the library, not bothering him with questions or false sympathy, just being there. Sometimes she'd read aloud from the Quibbler, her voice soft and melodic, and Harry found the bizarre articles surprisingly calming. "Why do you believe me?" Harry asked one evening as they sat by the Black Lake, the castle looming behind them in the twilight. Luna tilted her head, considering. "Because I know what it's like to be different, to have everyone think you're strange or wrong." But more than that, she reached out and gently touched Harry's hand, sending an unexpected warmth through him. "I can see your truth. Your magic is pure, Harry." Troubled, yes, but pure. Harry looked down at her small hand on his, and something shifted in his chest. Luna wasn't like other girls. She didn't giggle or blush or act coy. She was, herself, completely and unapologetically, and in that moment, Harry realized he'd never met anyone more genuine. "Thank you, Luna," he whispered. "You're welcome," she replied, squeezing his hand before releasing it. "Though I should warn you, the Raxperts are gathering around your head. They feed on confusion. You might want to clear your mind." Harry laughed, actually laughed, for the first time since his name came out of the goblet. "I'll keep that in mind." As the first task approached, Harry's anxiety grew. He'd figured out the dragon challenge thanks to Hagrid's help, but knowing he'd face a Hungarian horntail did little to calm his nerves. The night before the task, Harry couldn't sleep. He wandered the castle aimlessly, eventually finding himself at the astronomy tower. Luna was already there, gazing up at the stars. "Couldn't sleep either?" Harry asked, joining her at the railing. "I sleep just fine," Luna replied. "But tonight, the moon is particularly communicative. She says tomorrow will be a day of transformation." Harry smiled despite himself. "Does she, now?" "Oh yes. The moon is very wise, you know. She's seen countless cycles of life and death, triumph and tragedy. She says you'll find your strength tomorrow, but not in the way you expect." Harry leaned against the railing, looking out at the moonlit grounds. "Luna, what do you see when you look at the world? Everything seems so different to you." Luna turned to face him fully, her expression more serious than usual. "I see what's really there, Harry. Not what people want me to see, or what they think should be there. I see the magic beneath the surface, the connections between things that others miss. And when I look at you," she paused, reaching up to gently brush a strand of hair from his forehead, "I see someone who carries great pain but refuses to let it define him. Someone brave and kind, even when the world is cruel." Harry's breath caught. No one had ever spoken to him like this. Not with pity or admiration, but with understanding. "Luna, I." Before he could finish, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed a soft kiss to his cheek. "You'll be wonderful tomorrow. Trust yourself." And then she was gone, drifting back toward Ravenclaw Tower like a ghost, leaving Harry standing alone with his racing heart and burning cheek. The first task was brutal. The Hungarian horntail was every bit as terrifying as Harry had imagined, its scales gleaming like obsidian, its eyes blazing with primal fury. But as Harry mounted his firebolt and soared into the air, something Luna had said echoed in his mind: "Trust yourself." He stopped trying to outthink the dragon. Stopped trying to be clever or strategic. Instead, he let his instincts guide him, dodging, diving, using his natural flying ability rather than complicated plans. And when he finally seized the golden egg, the crowd erupted in cheers. But Harry's eyes sought only one person in the stands. Luna sat in the Ravenclaw section, her radish earrings glinting in the sunlight, and she was smiling, not with excitement or relief, but with a quiet, knowing pride that made Harry's chest tighten. That evening, as the Gryffindor common room celebrated, Harry slipped away. He found Luna in her usual spot by the Black Lake, her bare feet dangling in the water. "You were magnificent," she said as he sat beside her. "I kept thinking about what you said. About trusting myself." Luna turned to him, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. "Magic responds to authenticity, Harry. The more you try to be what others expect, the more it resists. But when you're truly yourself, that's when real power emerges." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, and then Harry did something that surprised even himself. He reached over and took Luna's hand, interlacing their fingers. "Luna, there's something I need to tell you." She squeezed his hand encouragingly. Everyone at this school sees me as the boy who lived, or the tournament champion, or some kind of hero or fraud. But you've never treated me like I'm anything other than just Harry. And he swallowed hard, I think I'm falling for you. Luna's expression didn't change, but her grip on his hand tightened. I know, she said simply. I've been falling for you too. Since the train ride, actually. Your aura called to mine. Harry laughed, shaking his head. You're so strange. Yes, Luna agreed cheerfully. But you like that about me. I do, Harry admitted. I really, really do. As they sat together under the stars, their hands intertwined, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time, hope. Not the desperate, fearful hope that things would get better, but the genuine, warm hope that comes from finding someone who truly sees you. Neither of them knew that their connection would soon deepen in ways they couldn't imagine, or that the ancient magic stirring around them would bind them together in ways that transcended normal relationships. Neither knew that their bond would become both their greatest strength and their most dangerous vulnerability. All they knew, in that perfect moment, was that they'd found each other in a world that often felt cold and lonely. And for now, that was enough. The castle bells tolled midnight, and Luna stood, pulling Harry to his feet. We should return before we're caught. But Harry, she paused, her eyes searching his. Tomorrow, meet me in the room of requirement. There's something important we need to discuss. Something about us. Harry nodded, curiosity and anticipation swirling through him. What is it? Luna's smile was mysterious. You'll see. But know this, what happens next will change everything. Are you ready for that? Harry looked at the girl who had stood by him when no one else would, who had seen him for who he truly was, who had somehow slipped past all his defenses without even trying. With you. Yes, I'm ready. As they walked back to the castle together, hands still clasped, neither of them noticed the figure watching from a distant window, Albus Dumbledore, his expression grave and thoughtful. The headmaster had sensed the magic building between the two young people, had felt the ancient bonds beginning to form. And he wondered, not for the first time, if prophecy and destiny could be challenged by something as simple and powerful as genuine love. Harry barely slept that night. His mind kept returning to Luna's words, something important to discuss, something that would change everything. He'd faced a dragon yesterday, yet somehow the prospect of meeting Luna in the room of requirement filled him with more nervous anticipation than any dangerous task could. When morning finally came, Harry went through his classes in a distracted haze. Hermione noticed immediately, of course. Harry, you're not still worried about the dragon, are you? She asked during break between transfiguration and charms. You did brilliantly. No, it's not that, Harry replied, watching the corridor for any sign of silvery blonde hair. Ron had started speaking to him again after the first task, though things still felt strained. Mate, you've been acting weird all morning. What's going on? Before Harry could answer, Luna appeared at his elbow as if materializing from thin air. Hello, Harry. Hello, Ron. Hello, Hermione. The Nargles are quite active today, you might want to check your belongings. Ron rolled his eyes, but Hermione smiled politely. Luna turned her dreamy gaze to Harry. Ready? She asked simply. Harry nodded, his heart racing. Yeah, ready for what? Ron demanded, but Harry was already following Luna down the corridor. They walked in silence through the castle, Luna leading the way with her characteristic floating gait. Students parted around them, whispering, some about Harry being the tournament champion, others about Luna's strangeness. Harry found he didn't care. Let them talk. When they reached the 7th floor, Luna paced 3 times in front of the blank wall, and the ornate door of the room of requirement appeared. Inside, the room had transformed into something extraordinary. Soft moonlight filtered through an invisible ceiling, even though it was midday. Silver tapestries hung on the walls, depicting ancient magical symbols Harry didn't recognize. In the center of the room stood a circular pool of water that glowed with an ethereal blue light. The air hummed with magic, old magic, the kind that made Harry's scar tingle. What is this place? Harry breathed. Luna closed the door behind them, her expression more serious than Harry had ever seen. This is the bonding chamber. The room created it because it sensed what's happening between us. What do you mean? Luna walked to the edge of the glowing pool, gazing into its depths. Harry, have you ever heard of a soul bond? Harry shook his head, moving to stand beside her. It's ancient magic, Luna explained, her voice taking on an almost scholarly tone that reminded Harry of Hermione. Older than Hogwarts, older than wands. When two magical beings connect on a fundamental level, mind, magic, and soul, a bond can form. It's incredibly rare. Most witches and wizards live their entire lives without experiencing it. Harry's mouth went dry. And you think, we have this? A soul bond? Luna turned to face him fully. I don't think, Harry. I know. I've felt it since the train, that pull toward you, like my magic recognizes yours. And it's been growing stronger every day we spend together. Haven't you felt it too? Harry thought about the warmth that spread through him whenever Luna was near. The way his magic seemed to hum contentedly in her presence. The inexplicable sense of completeness he felt when they held hands. Yes, he admitted. I've felt something. But Luna, we barely know each other. How can we have a soul bond? Luna smiled softly. The soul doesn't measure time the way we do. It recognizes its match instantly. But Harry, there's more you need to understand. Soul bonds don't complete themselves, they require a choice. A commitment. What kind of commitment? Luna reached into her robes and pulled out a small, leather-bound book. I found this in the restricted section. It's called, Bonds of Ancient Magic. According to this, she opened to a marked page. When a soul bond begins to form, the two individuals involved must either accept it fully or sever it completely. There's no middle ground. Harry felt his pulse quicken. What happens if we accept it? Our magic will intertwine permanently, Luna said, her voice steady but her eyes betraying nervousness. We'll be able to sense each other's emotions, sometimes even share thoughts. Our magical strength will increase because we'll be drawing from a shared pool of power. And, she paused, her cheeks coloring slightly, we'll be bound together for life. In every way that matters, we'll be married in the eyes of magic itself. The weight of her words settled over Harry like a heavy cloak. Married. At 14. To a girl he'd only really known for a few weeks. It should have terrified him. Should have sent him running from the room. But instead, Harry felt certain. More certain than he'd ever felt about anything. And if we sever it? He asked quietly. Luna's expression grew pained. We'll lose what we have. The connection, the understanding, it will all fade. We'll become strangers again. And neither of us will ever be able to form another soul bond. It's a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Harry looked into the glowing pool, watching the way the light danced across the surface. He thought about his life, the loneliness, the burden of being the boy who lived, the constant danger and isolation. Then he thought about Luna, her acceptance, her unwavering belief in him, the peace he felt in her presence. Luna, he said slowly, I need you to understand something. My life is dangerous. Voldemort is coming back. I know he is, even if the Ministry won't believe it. Being connected to me could put you in terrible danger. Luna reached out and took both his hands in hers. Harry, my life has never been safe. I've been bullied and ostracized since my first year. My mother died in front of me when I was 9, killed by her own experimental magic. I know what loss feels like. I know what danger is. And I choose you anyway. But, no, Luna interrupted firmly. You don't get to make this decision for me. You don't get to push me away to protect me like some tragic hero. I'm not a damsel, Harry. I'm a witch with my own power, my own mind, my own choice. And I choose this. I choose us. Harry stared at her, this strange, brilliant, fearless girl who had somehow become the most important person in his world. You're sure? Completely, Luna replied without hesitation. Are you? Harry thought about Ron's jealousy, Hermione's concern, what Dumbledore might say, what the school would think. Then he pushed all of it aside. This wasn't about them. This was about him and Luna, and what they could be together. Yes, Harry said, squeezing her hands. I'm sure. I want this. I want you. Luna's smile was radiant. Then we need to perform the bonding ritual. According to the book, it's actually quite simple, just intent and magic, spoken over sacred water. She led him closer to the glowing pool. They stood facing each other, hands clasped, the ethereal light casting their faces in silvery blue hues. The words are simple, Luna explained. We speak them together, meaning them with everything we are. Ready? Harry nodded, his heart pounding so hard he was sure Luna could hear it. They spoke in unison, their voices blending together. By magic old and power true, I bind my soul in love to you. Through darkness deep and trials ahead, one heart, one mind, one path we tread. What magic joins, let none divide, in bond eternal, side by side. The moment the final word left their lips, the pool erupted with light. Brilliant streams of silver and gold magic spiraled upward, wrapping around Harry and Luna like ribbons. Harry gasped as he felt his magic surge, reaching out toward Luna's, and then connection. It was like nothing Harry had ever experienced. He could feel Luna, not just emotionally, but fundamentally. Her magic sang through him, warm and bright and utterly accepting. He felt her joy, her love, her absolute certainty that this was right. And underneath it all, he felt the core of who she was, brave, wise, unflinchingly honest. Luna's eyes were wide, tears streaming down her cheeks. Harry, she whispered, I can feel you. All of you. Harry pulled her into his arms, and the magic intensified. The ribbons of light wrapped tighter, sinking into their skin, binding them together at a level deeper than flesh or bone. Harry felt something settle into place inside him, like a missing piece finally found. When the light finally faded, they stood in the quiet chamber, holding each other. Harry realized he could sense Luna's presence in his mind, not intrusively, but like a constant, comforting warmth. This is incredible, Harry murmured against her hair. Luna pulled back slightly to look at him, and Harry noticed her eyes had changed. They still held their distinctive dreamy quality, but now there were flecks of green in the gray, the same green as his eyes. When he looked down at his hands, he saw subtle silver traces beneath his skin, glowing faintly. The bond marks, Luna said softly, displaying her own hands where gold traces now shimmered. They'll fade from visibility in a few hours, but they'll always be there in our magic. We're marked for each other now. Harry cupped her face gently. I know we're young. I know this is insane. But Luna, I don't regret it. Neither do I, Luna replied, leaning into his touch. Though we should discuss practical matters. The bond has essentially married us in magical terms. We'll need to decide how to handle that. Reality crashed back in. Merlin, what do we tell people? Luna considered this. The truth, eventually. But perhaps not immediately. The bond needs time to fully settle, usually a few weeks. During that time, we'll become more attuned to each other, and the connection will solidify. We can use that time to adjust. What about sleeping arrangements? Harry asked, then flushed. I mean, the book mentioned, do we need to? Luna's cheeks colored. Two, but her voice remained steady. Soul-bonded pairs do better when in proximity, especially during the settling period. But the room of requirement can provide us with a space. We don't have to consummate anything until we're ready. The bond doesn't demand physicality, just presence. Harry felt relief wash through him. He cared deeply for Luna, was committed to her, but they were still only 14. The idea of rushing into adult intimacy felt overwhelming. So we can just sleep near each other. In the same room. Yes, Luna confirmed. The room will give us separate beds if we want. The important thing is proximity. Our magic needs to learn to coexist peacefully. Over the next few days, Harry and Luna established a new routine. They attended classes separately during the day, though Harry found himself constantly aware of Luna's emotional state through their bond. He could feel when she was amused by something in charms, or irritated by someone hiding her belongings. That last part made Harry's blood boil. Who's bullying you? He demanded one evening as they settled into the room of requirement, which had provided them with a cozy common area and 2 small bedrooms. Luna looked up from her homework, surprised. What? I felt your distress today. Someone hid your things again, didn't they? Luna shrugged, but Harry felt her underlying hurt through the bond. It's nothing new. Some of the Ravenclaw girls think it's funny. It's not funny, Harry said hotly. It's cruel. Who are they? You'll do nothing, Luna interrupted gently. Harry, I've dealt with this for years. I don't need you to fight my battles. But now you're my. Harry stopped, the word catching in his throat. Your wife, Luna finished softly. In the eyes of magic, yes. But I'm still me, Harry. I'm still independent. The bond doesn't make me your property or your responsibility to defend. Harry felt chastised. I know. I'm sorry. Feeling your pain through the bond. It makes me want to protect you. Luna set aside her homework and moved to sit beside him. I understand. I feel the same when I sense your frustration with the tournament or your arguments with Ron. But we need to be careful not to lose ourselves in the bond. We're still individuals. You're right, Harry admitted. This is all so new. How are you so good at understanding it? I've been reading extensively, Luna replied. The book has detailed information about soul bonds. For instance, did you know our magic will start manifesting new abilities? Harry perked up. Really? Like what? Enhanced intuition, for one. We'll be able to sense danger to each other. Some bonded pairs develop the ability to share magic, casting spells together that are far more powerful than either could manage alone. And in extreme circumstances, we can lend each other strength. That sounds useful for the tournament, Harry mused. It could be, Luna agreed. But Harry, there's something else. Something we need to address. Her serious tone made Harry nervous. What is it? The bond is going to be discovered eventually. When it is, there will be consequences. Soul bonds are supposed to be registered with the ministry. And given our ages, there might be legal complications. Harry's stomach dropped. Could they separate us? No, Luna said firmly. Once a soul bond is established, it cannot be broken except by death. Attempting to separate bonded pairs causes severe psychological and magical damage. It's actually illegal to try. But they could make our lives difficult in other ways. Then we'll face it together, Harry said, taking her hand. Through the bond, he sent her a wave of determination and love. Luna smiled, sending back her own surge of affection. Together, she agreed. That night, as they lay in their separate beds with only a thin wall between them, Harry stared at the ceiling and marveled at how much his life had changed. A week ago, he'd been alone and friendless. Now he had a wife, a magical, eternal wife who understood him in ways no one else ever could. Through the bond, he felt Luna's contentment as she drifted toward sleep. It soothed his own restless mind. Good night, Luna, he whispered. Good night, Harry, her voice came back, sleepy and warm. Sweet dreams. For the first time since his name came out of the goblet of fire, Harry slept peacefully, wrapped in the comfort of their bond. But in the darkness beyond Hogwarts, forces were stirring. Voldemort's followers felt the surge of ancient magic that had occurred during the bonding, and they wondered. Death Eaters whispered in shadowed corners about prophecies and power. And in his father's house, Barty Crouch Jr., disguised as Mad-Eye Moody, reported to his master that Harry Potter's magical signature had changed in a significant way. Voldemort listened with great interest. A soul bond. How unexpected. And how potentially useful. If the boy was bonded, then he had a new weakness, one that could be exploited. The Dark Lord smiled in the darkness. The tournament would proceed as planned. But now, perhaps, there would be an additional prize to claim at the end. Harry and Luna, sleeping peacefully in their magically created sanctuary, had no idea that their bond had just painted a target on both their backs. The second task of the Triwizard Tournament loomed 2 months away, and Harry found himself grateful for the reprieve. The bond with Luna had settled into something comfortable and natural, though they still kept it secret from the rest of the school. Harry wasn't sure how to explain to Ron and Hermione that he'd magically married Luna Lovegood without sounding completely insane. But keeping secrets proved harder than expected. Harry, you're disappearing every night, Hermione confronted him one morning in the common room. Where are you going? Ron and I are worried. Harry exchanged a glance with Ron, who nodded in agreement. Their friendship had mostly recovered after the first task, but Harry could feel Ron's lingering curiosity and concern through their rekindled camaraderie. I need space sometimes, Harry said carefully. The tournament is stressful. Space where? Hermione pressed. Because you're not in your dormitory, and the Marauders map shows you vanishing from the 7th floor every night. Harry's heart sank. Of course Hermione would notice. I've been using the room of requirement. To practice spells and think. It wasn't technically a lie. He did practice spells there, with Luna. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Alone. Before Harry could answer, he felt a surge of amusement through the bond. Luna was nearby, listening. A moment later, she appeared in the common room entrance. How she'd gotten past the portrait without the password, Harry had no idea, but Luna had her ways. Good morning, Harry, Luna said dreamily. Hello, Hermione. Hello, Ron. I hope you don't mind, I came to borrow Harry for a walk. The freshwater plimpies are particularly active in the lake today. Ron looked utterly baffled. Hermione's eyes widened with understanding. You've been spending time with Luna Lovegood. Hermione asked Harry. Harry felt his cheeks heat. Yes. Is that a problem? No, of course not, Hermione said quickly. I just didn't realize you two were friends. Luna's been really supportive during the tournament, Harry said, which was entirely true. She's brilliant, actually. Ron snorted. She's barmy. Harry felt anger flare through him, and a moment later, something unprecedented happened. Every window in the common room suddenly frosted over with ice, the temperature dropping dramatically. Students gasped and scrambled back. Ron's eyes went wide. Bloody hell, Harry. Was that you? Harry stared at his hands in shock. He'd done accidental magic before, but never anything like this. Through the bond, he felt Luna's magic intertwining with his, amplifying his emotional response into physical manifestation. Sorry, Harry muttered, focusing on calming down. The ice slowly melted away. I didn't mean, don't call her that, Ron. Hermione was watching him with keen, analytical eyes. Harry, is there something you need to tell us? Luna stepped forward, her hand gently touching Harry's shoulder. The contact sent a wave of calm through him. We should talk, she said softly. Somewhere private. 10 minutes later, Harry, Luna, Ron, and Hermione sat in an unused classroom. Harry could feel Luna's steady presence through the bond, giving him courage. All right, Hermione said, crossing her arms. What's going on? And don't say nothing, because that display in the common room was definitely not normal magic. Harry took a deep breath. If I tell you, you have to promise not to tell anyone. Not Dumbledore, not the professors, not anyone. Harry, Hermione began. Promise, Harry insisted. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. We promise, they said in unison. Luna squeezed Harry's hand. Go ahead. They deserve to know. Luna and I are bonded, Harry said simply. Soul bonded. We've been bonded for 3 weeks now. Silence. Then, what? Ron exploded. Soul bonded. Isn't that like marriage? Yes, Luna answered calmly. In magical terms, Harry and I are married. Permanently. Hermione had gone pale. Harry, do you have any idea how serious this is? Soul bonds are ancient magic. They're binding and irreversible. You're 14 years old. I know how old I am, Hermione, Harry said, trying to keep his voice level. And I know what we did. We chose this. Both of us. But why? Hermione demanded. Harry, you barely knew each other. Luna spoke up, her voice serene but firm. The bond was forming whether we chose it or not. Soul bonds aren't created, they're recognized. Harry and I were compatible on a fundamental magical level. We simply chose to accept what was already happening rather than sever it. Ron looked completely lost. I don't understand any of this. How does someone just bond with someone else? It's rare, Luna explained. Most magical people never experience it. But when two magics resonate on the same frequency, when two souls recognize each other, the bond forms naturally. We just had to acknowledge it. Hermione was pacing now, her mind clearly racing. The magical surge 3 weeks ago. I felt it, everyone in the castle felt it, but no one could identify the source. That was you too, wasn't it? Harry nodded. Merlin's beard, Hermione breathed. Harry, this is huge. Soul bonds are supposed to be registered with the ministry. There are laws, protocols. Which we'll deal with when necessary, Luna interrupted. For now, the bond needs time to settle. Exposing it prematurely could attract unwanted attention. Unwanted attention from who? Ron asked. Harry and Luna exchanged glances. Through the bond, Harry felt Luna's agreement to share the deeper concerns. Voldemort, Harry said quietly. Ron flinched at the name. Hermione went even paler. We think the Death Eaters might have sensed the magical surge, Harry continued. If they report it to Voldemort, and if he figures out I'm soul bonded, Luna becomes a target, a way to get to me. All the more reason to tell Dumbledore. Hermione insisted. He can protect you both. Or he could try to interfere, Luna said softly. Headmaster Dumbledore is a great wizard, but he has his own agenda. He's been manipulating Harry's life since he was a baby, don't deny it, Hermione. You know it's true. Hermione looked uncomfortable but didn't argue. We'll tell him eventually, Harry said. Not yet. We need time to understand the bond ourselves first. Please, just keep this secret for now. Ron rubbed his face. This is mental. Completely mental. But, if this is what you want, mate, then I've got your back. Thank you, Ron, Harry said gratefully. Hermione still looked worried, but she nodded. I'll keep your secret. But Harry, Luna, you need to be careful. Soul bonds are powerful, but they can also be dangerous. If something happens to one of you, the other will feel it. The pain could be catastrophic. We know, Luna said simply. We accept the risk. Over the following weeks, Harry and Luna's bond continued to deepen. They discovered new aspects of their connection almost daily. Harry found he could sense Luna's location in the castle without even thinking about it. Luna developed an uncanny ability to know when Harry needed her, appearing at his side moments before he even realized he was upset. Their combined magic grew stronger too. In private practice sessions in the Room of Requirement, they learned to weave their spells together, creating effects neither could produce alone. Try the Patronus charm, Luna suggested one evening. But this time, let our magic merge. Harry raised his wand, feeling for Luna's magic through the bond. Expecto Patronum. The silver stag that erupted from his wand was larger and more solid than ever before, but it wasn't alone. Beside it appeared a silver hare, graceful and luminous, moving in perfect synchronization with the stag. 2 Patronuses, Harry breathed. One for each of us, but manifested together. Luna smiled, her own wand raised. Our magic is learning to function as one system. Imagine what we'll be capable of when the bond fully matures. But their growing power didn't go entirely unnoticed. Mad-Eye Moody, or rather, Barty Crouch Jr. in disguise, had been watching Harry closely. He noticed the subtle changes, the increased confidence, the way Potter's magical signature sometimes fluctuated with unusual harmonics, the frequent disappearances with the Lovegood girl. Moody's magical eye could see many things, but even it couldn't penetrate the Room of Requirement. Still, he reported his observations to his master. In his temporary hideout, Voldemort absorbed the information with growing interest. A soul bond. The Potter boy had soul bonded with some insignificant Ravenclaw girl. How fortuitous. Wormtail, Voldemort hissed. Peter Pettigrew scurried forward. Yes, my lord. Research soul bonds. I want to know everything, their weaknesses, their vulnerabilities. If Potter is bonded, then we have leverage. At once, my lord, Wormtail squeaked. Voldemort smiled coldly. The tournament would deliver Potter to him as planned. But now, perhaps, he could claim an additional prize, a bonded witch whose death would destroy the boy who lived more thoroughly than any killing curse. Back at Hogwarts, Harry received the clue for the second task, a golden egg that, when opened, emitted a horrible screeching wail. It sounds like someone being tortured, Harry said, wincing as he closed the egg quickly. Luna tilted her head thoughtfully. Or someone screaming underwater. Sound distorts in water. Have you tried listening to it submerged? Harry blinked. That's actually brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Because you're not a Ravenclaw, Luna said with a small smile. Come on, we'll use the prefect's bathroom. Later that night, Harry submerged the egg in the large bath while Luna sat nearby, her bare feet dangling in the water. When he opened the egg underwater, instead of screeching, he heard singing. Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground. An hour long you'll have to look, to recover what we took. Harry surfaced, his mind racing. It's talking about something underwater. The lake. They're going to take something from me and put it in the lake. Luna's expression had gone very still. Through the bond, Harry felt a spike of fear. Luna, what's wrong? Harry, Luna said slowly, in these tournaments, they take what the champions will miss most. What you'll miss most? Understanding crashed over Harry like a wave. They're going to take you. Most likely, Luna agreed. I'm your bonded mate, your soul's partner. Of course that's what you'd miss most. Harry's hands clenched. I won't let them put you in danger. It's not real danger, Luna tried to reassure him. They'll have safety measures. But Harry, you need to prepare. Being separated from me, especially underwater where our bond will be muffled, it's going to hurt. She was right. The thought of Luna being held hostage underwater, even in a controlled situation, made Harry's chest tighten with panic. We'll practice, Harry decided. Practice being apart. Build up tolerance. They spent the next weeks deliberately separating for increasing periods of time. At first, even an hour apart left them both anxious and uncomfortable. But gradually, they learned to function independently while still maintaining their bond connection. Harry also spent hours in the library researching underwater survival spells. Hermione helped, though she clearly disapproved of the entire situation. "You know Dumbledore is going to find out when they take Luna for the second task," Hermione pointed out. "I know," Harry sighed. "But by then, the bond will be fully settled. There won't be anything he can do about it." The night before the second task, Harry and Luna lay in their respective beds in the room of requirement, neither able to sleep. "Are you afraid?" Harry asked through the darkness. "A little," Luna admitted. "But mostly I'm curious. I've never been underwater for an extended period. I wonder if the merpeople will communicate." Harry smiled despite his anxiety. Only Luna would be excited about the educational aspects of being held hostage. "I'll find you quickly. I promise." "I know you will," Luna replied. Through the bond, he felt her absolute faith in him. "Harry, whatever happens tomorrow, remember that I love you. I chose this. I chose you. Never doubt that." "I love you too," Harry whispered. "More than I knew I could love anyone." They fell asleep connected through their bond, unaware that tomorrow would test not just Harry's magical abilities, but the very strength of their connection. And in the depths of the lake, ancient magic stirred in response to the soul bond's presence, magic that had lain dormant for centuries, waiting for something powerful enough to awaken it. The merpeople felt it too. They gathered in their underwater city, discussing in their strange, haunting language. A soul bond, the first to grace Hogwarts in over a century. The lake itself seemed to hum with anticipation. When dawn broke over the castle, Harry rose with grim determination. Today, he would descend into the depths. Today, he would prove that nothing, not water, not distance, not even ancient tournament magic, could separate him from his bonded mate. Luna dressed in silence, her usual dreamy expression replaced with focused calm. She understood her role in this task. She would be the prize, the motivation, the reason Harry would push himself beyond his limits. As they left the room of requirement together for what might be the last time before the task, Luna stopped and kissed Harry softly. "Trust the bond," she whispered. "It will guide you to me. Always." Harry held her close, memorizing the feel of her in his arms. "Always," he echoed. The morning of the second task arrived cold and gray. Harry stood at the edge of the Black Lake, watching the judges' platform being assembled while his heart hammered against his ribs. Around him, the other champions prepared. Cedric looked nervous but determined, Fleur appeared confident, and Krum stood stoic and focused. But Harry barely noticed them. His attention kept returning to the castle, where Luna had been taken an hour ago. The moment they'd separated, Harry had felt it, a hollow ache in his chest where Luna's presence usually resided. The bond wasn't severed, but it was muffled, distant, like trying to hear someone speaking through thick walls. It made him feel incomplete. "You all right, Harry?" Hermione asked, appearing at his elbow with Ron. "I will be once I get her back," Harry muttered. Ron shifted uncomfortably. "Still can't believe they'd actually take Luna. I mean, she's a person, not a hostage," Harry finished grimly. "That's exactly what she is. A hostage." Dumbledore's magically amplified voice rang out across the grounds. "Welcome, everyone, to the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. Our champions will have 1 hour to retrieve what has been taken from them from the depths of the lake. They will be recalled after 1 hour, whether successful or not." Harry tuned out the rest of the announcement. He'd already consumed the gillyweed he'd obtained, thanks to Dobby's midnight visit, and his neck was beginning to itch as gills formed. His fingers and toes were webbing. The transformation felt bizarre but not painful. The cannon fired. Harry dove into the freezing water without hesitation. The cold shocked his system for a moment before the gillyweed's effects fully kicked in. Suddenly, breathing underwater felt as natural as breathing air. He kicked downward, his webbed hands and feet propelling him through the murky depths with surprising speed. The lake was darker than he'd expected. Murky green water surrounded him, visibility limited to perhaps 20 feet. Strange plants waved in the underwater currents, and he caught glimpses of creatures darting between the shadows. But Harry ignored it all. He focused on the bond, that thin thread of connection that tied him to Luna. It was faint, muffled by water and distance and whatever magic the tournament officials had used, but it was there. A gentle pull, guiding him deeper. Harry swam downward, following the bond like a compass. The water grew colder and darker as he descended. His magically enhanced vision picked out shapes in the gloom, rocky outcroppings, forests of swaying lake weed, schools of fish that scattered at his approach. Then he heard it, singing. The same eerie melody from the golden egg, but clearer now, more beautiful. The merpeople's voices echoed through the water, haunting and otherworldly. Harry followed the sound, swimming faster. The underwater city appeared suddenly out of the murk. Crude stone dwellings built into rocky formations, decorated with shells and lake weed. Merpeople swam between the structures, strange creatures with gray skin, wild green hair, and powerful fish tails. Their yellow eyes fixed on Harry as he approached, but they didn't attack. They simply watched. In the center of the city square, 4 figures floated, suspended by ropes of lake weed. They appeared to be sleeping, their eyes closed, bodies limp. Hermione was there, tied nearest to the square's edge. Ron's little sister Ginny floated beside her. Crumb must care for her more than Harry had realized. A small girl with silvery hair that Harry didn't recognize, probably important to Fleur. And Luna. She floated at the far end, her silvery blonde hair drifting around her like a halo. Her eyes were closed, her face peaceful. She wore a simple white dress that billowed in the water. Even unconscious and bound, she looked ethereal, otherworldly. Harry's heart clenched. Through the bond, he could barely feel her, just the faintest whisper of her presence, confirming she was alive but deeply unconscious. He swam toward her, but a merperson blocked his path. This one was larger than the others, wearing what appeared to be crude armor made of scales. The chieftain, Harry guessed. The merperson spoke in Mermish, the words harsh and guttural underwater. Harry didn't understand, but the meaning was clear. Wait. Harry shook his head emphatically, pointing to Luna. The chieftain's eyes, ancient and knowing, studied him carefully. Then, slowly, it reached out and touched Harry's chest. Magic pulsed through the water. Harry gasped, or tried to, his gills flaring. The merperson's magic had touched his bond, and suddenly Luna's presence blazed to life in his mind. Not fully conscious, but aware. He felt her recognition, her sleepy confusion, her trust. The chieftain spoke again, and this time Harry understood. The lake's ancient magic was translating. Soul bonded, the chieftain said, its voice resonating with power. The lake recognizes your bond. It has not seen such magic in many years. Please, Harry said, surprised when the words emerged as proper Mermish. I need to take her back. The bonds of the soul are sacred, the chieftain continued. But so are the bonds of the task. You must complete what was set before you, retrieve your treasure and return to the surface. But know this, young wizard, the lake has blessed your bond. When you need its aid, it will answer. Before Harry could ask what that meant, the chieftain moved aside. Harry didn't waste time. He swam to Luna and began working at the lakeweed binding her wrist. The moment his fingers touched her skin, their bond surged. Luna's eyes snapped open. For a moment, they simply stared at each other. Luna's eyes were unfocused, still caught in whatever enchantment kept her compliant, but Harry felt her consciousness stirring through their connection. He finally freed her wrist and moved to her ankle. The lakeweed was tough but not impossible to break. As he worked, he became aware of movement around him. Cedric had arrived and was freeing Cho Chang. No, wait, it was Hermione he was freeing. Crumb appeared moments later, heading for Ginny with single-minded determination. Luna's second binding came free. Harry wrapped an arm around her waist, preparing to swim for the surface, but Luna's hand caught his arm. Her eyes had cleared somewhat, and through the bond, Harry felt her urgency. She pointed to the small silver-haired girl, Fleur's treasure. Harry hesitated. The rules had been clear: retrieve what you'll miss most. Taking anyone else's hostage would be interfering. But through Luna's insistent thoughts, he understood. Fleur hadn't arrived yet. Something had gone wrong. The merpeople were beginning to look aggressive, their hands tightening on crude spears. Time was running out. Harry made a decision. He swam to the small girl and began cutting her free. The merpeople surged forward, but the chieftain raised a hand, stopping them. Those ancient eyes met Harry's, and the creature nodded slowly. A soul of honor, the chieftain said. The lake chooses well. Harry freed the girl and grabbed her with his free arm. Now carrying both Luna and Fleur's sister, Gabrielle, he remembered her name was Gabrielle, Harry kicked upward with all his strength. The swim to the surface was grueling. The two girls were dead weight, and even with his magically enhanced swimming ability, Harry struggled. His lungs, or gills, burned with the effort. The bond with Luna pulsed with her growing consciousness, her awareness bleeding back in. Through the murky water above, Harry could see light. The surface. Safety. He kicked harder, his muscles screaming in protest. Luna's hand suddenly squeezed his. Through the bond, he felt her lending him strength, not physical strength, but magical energy. Their bond flared bright, and suddenly Harry found new reserves of power. He surged upward faster. They broke the surface together. The crowd erupted in cheers. Harry gasped, his gills painfully transforming back to normal lungs as he gulped air. Luna coughed beside him, her own transformation from enchanted sleep to full consciousness clearly disorienting. "I've got you," Harry panted, keeping both girls afloat. "I've got you." Hands reached down, pulling them from the water. Madame Pomfrey was there immediately, wrapping Luna in blankets. Fleur appeared on the platform, tears streaming down her face as she embraced her little sister. "Harry Potter," Fleur cried, turning to him. "You saved her. You saved Gabrielle when you did not, Avenue 2. But Harry barely heard her. His attention was fixed on Luna, who sat wrapped in blankets, her hair plastered to her face, her eyes finding his across the platform. Through the bond, their connection sang. Distance no longer muffled it. The terrible separation was over. Harry dropped to his knees beside her, and Luna immediately wrapped her arms around him. They clung to each other, and Harry felt tears mixing with the lake water on his face. "You came," Luna whispered. "I knew you would, but feeling it. Harry, I was so cold. So alone." "I know. I felt it too. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." "Don't apologize," Luna interrupted, pulling back to look at him. "You saved me. And you saved that little girl too. You have the biggest heart, Harry Potter." Around them, the judges were conferring. Dumbledore's eyes were fixed on Harry and Luna, his expression unreadable. Clearly, he'd noticed their bond, how could he not, with the way they clung to each other. Ludo Bagman's voice magically amplified. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have our results. Cedric Diggory returns first, earning full marks for time. Victor Crumb returns second. Harry Potter returns third, but Bagman paused dramatically. He returned with not one but two hostages, showing exceptional moral fiber. The judges award him full marks for outstanding character. The crowd cheered, though Harry barely registered it. Ron and Hermione pushed through to reach them. "Bloody brilliant, mate," Ron exclaimed. "You saved two people." Hermione looked between Harry and Luna, her expression worried. "Are you both all right?" "We're fine," Luna said, though her hand never left Harry's. The separation was difficult. "I imagine it would be," a new voice said. They all looked up to find Dumbledore standing over them, his expression grave. "Miss Lovegood, Mr. Potter, when you've recovered, please come to my office. We have much to discuss." Harry's stomach sank. The headmaster knew. Of course he knew. "Sir," Harry began. "Later, Harry," Dumbledore said, not unkindly. "For now, rest and recover. But this conversation cannot be delayed much longer." After Madame Pomfrey had checked them over and declared them physically healthy, Harry and Luna made their way to Dumbledore's office. Ron and Hermione offered to come for moral support, but Harry declined. This was something he and Luna needed to face themselves. The gargoyle leapt aside at Dumbledore's password, and they climbed the spiral staircase hand in hand. Inside the circular office, Fawkes trilled a greeting from his perch. The portraits of former headmasters pretended to sleep, though Harry knew they were listening. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his fingers steepled. "Please, sit." They did, still holding hands. "I must confess," Dumbledore began, "I have suspected for some weeks that something had changed between you two. The magical surge 3 weeks ago was quite distinctive. I had hoped you might come to me voluntarily to explain." "We were going to," Harry said. Eventually, Dumbledore repeated. "Harry, Luna, do you understand what you've done? Soul bonds are ancient, powerful magic. They cannot be undone." "We know," Luna said calmly. "We researched thoroughly before accepting the bond." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "You accepted it. It wasn't accidental." "Soul bonds don't form accidentally," Luna explained. "They require conscious choice. Harry and I chose each other." "You're 14 years old," Dumbledore said, though his tone was more sad than angry. How can you possibly understand the full implications of such a choice? Harry felt anger kindle in his chest. With all due respect, sir, my age doesn't change how I feel. Luna and I are bonded. Permanently. Whether you approve or not doesn't matter, it's done. Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking very old. I'm not trying to separate you. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. Soul bonds are protected by the oldest laws of magic. But Harry, this makes you both vulnerable. Especially with Voldemort growing stronger. The name hung in the air like a curse. We know the risks, Luna said. Harry tried to warn me away because of the danger. I chose him anyway. And I chose her, Harry added. Sir, I know you've been trying to protect me my whole life. I know you have plans, secrets about the prophecy and Voldemort. But my life is still my own. My choices are my own. Dumbledore studied them both for a long moment. You've grown up, Harry. More than I realized. Very well, I will not interfere with your bond. But I must insist on some precautions. What kind of precautions? Luna asked. First, the bond must be registered with the ministry. I'll handle the paperwork myself and try to minimize the publicity, but it must be done legally. Second, you'll both receive training in occlumency. If Voldemort discovers your bond, he may try to use your connection against you. You must learn to shield your minds. Harry nodded. Both requests were reasonable. Third, Dumbledore continued, you must promise to come to me if anything unusual happens with your bond. Soul bonds can manifest unexpected abilities, and some can be dangerous if not properly understood. We promise, Harry and Luna said together. Dumbledore's expression softened. Despite my concerns, I must acknowledge that your bond may prove advantageous. Soul-bonded pairs have access to powerful combined magic. With proper training, you could become formidable. The lake blessed our bond, Luna said suddenly. The Merpeople chieftain said the lake recognizes us. What did he mean? Dumbledore looked intrigued. The lake possesses ancient sentience. If it has blessed your bond, that's significant. It means your connection has been acknowledged by old magic, magic that predates even Hogwarts. You may find that water magic comes naturally to you now, or that the lake will aid you when you need it. Harry thought about the surge of strength he'd felt during his swim to the surface, the way Luna's magic had flowed into him. We felt something like that already. Luna lent me magical energy underwater. That's one of the primary benefits of soul bonds, Dumbledore explained. You can share magical reserves, making you both stronger. But it works both ways. If one of you is drained, the other will feel it. You're now two parts of one magical system. They talked for another hour, discussing practicalities. Dumbledore would arrange separate but connected quarters for them in an unused section of the castle. They would need to be in proximity, especially at night, but they'd have privacy. He would also begin their occlumency training personally. When they finally left the office, Harry felt exhausted but relieved. The secret was out, at least to Dumbledore, and the sky hadn't fallen. That went better than expected, Luna observed as they walked through the corridors. He was surprisingly understanding, Harry agreed. I thought he'd be angrier. Professor Dumbledore is many things, but he respects magical law. Soul bonds are protected. He had no choice but to accept us. They ended up at their usual spot by the Black Lake. The water lapped gently at the shore, and Harry stared out at the depths he'd just been swimming through. I was terrified down there, Harry admitted. When I saw you floating unconscious. For a moment, I thought. I know, Luna interrupted softly. I felt your fear through the bond, even in my enchanted sleep. But you saved me. You always will. And you saved me too, Harry said. Your strength got me to the surface. Luna leaned her head on his shoulder. That's what bonds are for. We're stronger together than apart. They sat in comfortable silence as the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. In the distance, the castle loomed, ancient and protective. Harry thought about everything that had happened, the bond, the task, Dumbledore's acceptance. So much had changed in just a few weeks. His life had become infinitely more complicated. But as Luna's hand found his, their bond humming contentedly between them, Harry realized he wouldn't change a single thing. Harry, Luna said after a while. There's still a third task. And we both know it's going to be dangerous. More dangerous than the first two. I know, Harry said grimly. Promise me something, Luna said, turning to look at him. Promise that whatever happens, you won't try to protect me by pushing me away. We face everything together now." Harry met her eyes, those strange, beautiful eyes that saw so much more than others realized. Together, he promised. Always. Above them, the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky. And in those stars, ancient magic watched and waited. The bond had been tested today and found strong. But greater tests were coming. In his hidden location, Voldemort received Barty Crouch Jr.'s latest report and smiled coldly. Potter was soul bonded. The second task had confirmed it, the way he'd clung to the Lovegood girl, the obvious magical connection between them. Perfect. The third task would deliver Potter to him as planned. But now, Voldemort had new plans. He wouldn't just kill the boy. He would break him first. And nothing broke a bonded wizard quite like watching his soulmate suffer. The Dark Lord began to plan, and the shadows grew deeper. The weeks following the second task brought significant changes to Harry and Luna's lives at Hogwarts. True to his word, Dumbledore arranged private quarters for them in a secluded tower that few students even knew existed. The space consisted of a shared common area with 2 separate bedrooms, a small kitchenette, and large windows overlooking the Forbidden Forest. "It's perfect," Luna said, spinning slowly in the center of their new common room. "The energy here is calm. No Raxperts at all." Harry smiled, setting down the bag containing his few personal belongings. "It'll be nice to have some privacy. The other Gryffindors have been intense lately." That was an understatement. Once word spread that Harry had saved 2 hostages during the second task, his popularity had surged again. Students who'd shunned him after his name came out of the goblet now wanted to be his friend. It was exhausting and insincere. But here, in this tower with Luna, Harry could finally breathe. "We should decorate," Luna suggested. "Make it feel like home." Over the next few days, they did exactly that. Luna hung her collection of odd paintings, creatures that may or may not exist, rendered in bright, whimsical colors. Harry contributed photographs of his parents, Sirius, and his friends. They conjured comfortable furniture and filled the space with books, both magical and mundane. Ron and Hermione visited often, though Ron still seemed uncomfortable with the whole bonding situation. "It's just weird, mate," Ron said one evening as they played wizard chess in the common room. "You're married. At 14. To Luna." He caught himself at Harry's sharp look. "Sorry. To Luna. It's not a traditional marriage," Hermione explained for what felt like the 100th time. She sat curled in an armchair, reading a book about soul bonds that she'd checked out from the restricted section. "It's a magical bond. They didn't have a ceremony or sign documents, their souls simply recognized each other." "Still weird," Ron muttered, but he was smiling. Luna emerged from her bedroom carrying a tray of tea. "Weirdness is subjective, Ronald. What seems strange to you is perfectly natural to us." "Fair point," Ron conceded, accepting a cup. Their peaceful routine was interrupted when Dumbledore began their occlumency training. 3 times a week, Harry and Luna would visit his office for lessons in mental defense. "The mind is not a book to be opened at will and examined at leisure," Dumbledore explained during their first session. "It is a complex and layered thing. Occlumency is the magical defense of the mind against external penetration." He taught them to clear their minds, to build mental walls, to hide their most precious memories behind layers of protection. It was exhausting work, and progress came slowly. "Your bond complicates things," Dumbledore observed one evening. "You're so open to each other mentally that closing your minds feels unnatural." "Should we close our bond?" Luna asked, though Harry felt her reluctance through their connection. "No," Dumbledore said firmly. "That would cause more harm than good. Instead, you must learn to distinguish between your bond, which is safe, and external intrusion. Think of it as a locked room with one trusted person holding a key. You want to keep everyone else out while still allowing that person access." Slowly, Harry and Luna began to understand. They practiced on each other first, gently probing at mental defenses while the other tried to block them out. It was strange, feeling Luna's consciousness brush against his mind from the outside rather than through their bond. "You're getting better," Luna said after one particularly successful session. "I barely got past your first layer of defense." "You're better than me," Harry admitted. "Your mind is organized differently. More abstract. It's harder to navigate." Luna smiled. "Thank you. I think that's a compliment." Between Occlumency lessons, tournament preparations, and regular schoolwork, Harry barely had time to breathe. But he made time for Luna. They established evening rituals, walks around the lake, quiet reading sessions, practicing magic together in the room of requirement. It was during one of these practice sessions that they discovered a new aspect of their bond. Try the stunning spell, Luna suggested. But channel your magic through our bond. Harry raised his wand, feeling for Luna's magic. Stupefy. The red bolt that shot from his wand was twice its normal size and significantly more powerful. It hit the practice dummy with such force that the dummy exploded into splinters. Merlin, Harry breathed. We're amplifying each other, Luna said, her eyes bright with excitement. Not just sharing magic, but multiplying it. Harry, do you understand what this means? We're more powerful together, Harry said slowly. Much more powerful. We should tell Professor Dumbledore. When they demonstrated the phenomenon for the headmaster, even his usually calm demeanor cracked with surprise. Extraordinary, Dumbledore murmured. I've read about this in theoretical texts, but never witnessed it. Your bond isn't just additive, it's multiplicative. When you cast together, your combined output exceeds the sum of your individual abilities. Is that normal for soul bonds? Hermione asked. She'd accompanied them to take notes, her academic curiosity fully engaged. It's rare even among bonded pairs, Dumbledore replied. It suggests an exceptionally strong connection. Harry, Luna, with proper training, you could become two of the most formidable magical combatants in Britain. But formidable abilities came with formidable responsibilities. As the third task approached, the atmosphere at Hogwarts grew tense. Everyone knew this would be the most dangerous challenge yet. They're building a maze, Harry reported one evening after Quidditch practice. He'd flown over the grounds and seen the beginnings of the enormous hedge structure. Hagrid says they're filling it with obstacles and creatures. Luna looked up from her drawing. She'd taken to sketching various magical creatures as a way to relax. A maze is symbolic. It represents the journey inward, confronting one's fears and shadows. That's cheerful, Harry said dryly. I wasn't trying to be cheerful, Luna replied matter-of-factly. I was trying to be truthful. The third task will test more than your magical ability, Harry. It will test your character, your resolve, your willingness to face darkness. Harry sat beside her, watching her sketch what appeared to be a thestral. I'm scared, he admitted quietly. Not of the maze itself, but of what might happen. Every task has brought us closer to the end of the year. Closer to, whatever's coming. Luna set down her pencil and took his hand. Through the bond, she sent waves of calm and love. Whatever comes, we'll face it. You're not alone anymore, Harry. You have me. You have Ron and Hermione. You have people who love you. I know, Harry whispered. That's what scares me. I have more to lose now. They sat in silence, hands clasped, the weight of the future pressing down on them. The next morning brought unexpected news. At breakfast, an official-looking owl delivered a letter to Harry. He opened it with trembling fingers. It's from the ministry, he said, scanning the contents. About our bond. Luna leaned over to read with him. The letter was brief and formal, acknowledging the registration of their soul bond and granting them legal recognition as a bonded pair. However, due to their age, certain restrictions would apply until they reached 17. What kind of restrictions? Ron asked through a mouthful of toast. We can't legally make binding contracts on behalf of the bond until we're of age, Luna explained. We can't access certain bonded pair benefits like joint property ownership. Essentially, the ministry recognizes the bond's existence but treats us as underage bondies. At least they're not trying to separate you, Hermione pointed out. They couldn't if they tried, Luna said. Soul bond law supersedes age restrictions. But this is their compromise, acknowledge the bond while still maintaining some parental authority. The letter caused quite a stir in the Great Hall. Students stared and whispered as word spread. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was soul bonded to Luna Lovegood, the school's resident eccentric. Great, Harry muttered. More attention. But Luna seemed unbothered. Let them stare. They'll grow bored eventually. She was right. Within a week, the novelty wore off, and life returned to something resembling normal. Though Harry noticed that Luna's bullies had mysteriously stopped hiding her belongings. He suspected Ron had something to do with that, though his friend denied it. Maybe they just grew up, Ron said unconvincingly. Meanwhile, Barty Crouch Jr., still disguised as Mad-Eye Moody, watched Harry with increasing interest. The boy's magical signature had stabilized since the bonding, but the power readings were remarkable. Potter wasn't just surviving these tasks, he was excelling, growing stronger with each challenge. This concerned Crouch. His master's plan required Potter to reach the center of the maze first, to touch the Portkey Cup. But what if one of the other champions interfered? What if Potter's bond with the Lovegood girl gave him too much power, too much advantage? Crouch began making subtle adjustments to his strategy. He would ensure Potter reached the cup, whatever it took. As May turned into June, the castle buzzed with anticipation for the third task. Harry spent his free time studying spells that might prove useful in the maze: shield charms, stunning spells, counter curses. Luna helped him practice, their combined magic making each session more effective than it would have been alone. "You're ready," Luna assured him after one particularly successful practice. "Your spell work is strong, your reflexes are sharp, and you have me backing you up." "You won't be in the maze with me," Harry pointed out. "No, but our bond will be," Luna replied. "I'll be watching from the stands, and you'll feel me the entire time. I'll send you strength when you need it." The night before the third task, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing with possibilities. What would the maze contain? What horrors awaited him in its twisted corridors? Through the wall, he felt Luna's wakefulness matching his own. "Can't sleep either." Her voice came softly. "No," Harry admitted. There was a pause, then the sound of footsteps. Luna appeared in his doorway, backlit by moonlight from her room. "May I?" she asked. Harry nodded, moving over to make room. Luna climbed into his bed, and they lay side by side, careful not to touch more than their joined hands. They'd been careful about physical intimacy, both aware that they were still very young despite their magical marriage. "Tell me something happy," Harry requested. "Something to think about besides tomorrow." Luna was quiet for a moment. "When this is all over, the tournament, the school year, I want to take you to my home. My father would love to meet you. We could search for crumple-horned snurcaks in the forest. It would be peaceful." Harry smiled in the darkness. "That sounds wonderful. We'll have a whole summer together," Luna continued. "No tasks, no dangers, just us. We can explore our bond without pressure, learn more about each other." "And then fifth year," Harry said. "Owls, more classes. Life moving forward." "Life moving forward," Luna echoed. Together. They fell asleep like that, hands clasped, their bond humming contentedly between them. Neither noticed the way the moonlight seemed to gather around them, as if the universe itself was trying to protect these two young souls who'd found each other against all odds. When morning came, Harry woke to find Luna still beside him. She was already awake, watching him with those strange, beautiful eyes. "Today," she said simply. "Today," Harry agreed. They dressed in silence, the weight of what was coming settling over them. At breakfast, Harry could barely eat. The great hall buzzed with excitement, students eager to witness the final task, to see who would claim the Triwizard Cup. Hermione and Ron flanked him at the Gryffindor table, offering moral support. Luna sat across from him, having crossed from the Ravenclaw table without ceremony. "You've got this, mate," Ron said, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "Be careful in there," Hermione added. "Don't take unnecessary risks. And remember," Luna said, her eyes meeting his, "I'll be with you every step." That evening, as the sun began to set, the champions gathered at the entrance to the maze. It loomed before them, 20-foot-tall hedges casting long shadows in the fading light. The judges' platform stood to one side, packed with spectators. Harry's scar prickled uncomfortably. He'd been having that sensation more frequently lately, a sign that Voldemort was growing stronger, more active. Dumbledore addressed the crowd, explaining the rules. The champions would enter at intervals based on their current points. Harry, tied for first with Cedric, would enter first alongside the Hufflepuff. As the crowd cheered, Harry sought out Luna in the stands. She sat in the front row, her eyes locked on him. Through their bond, she sent him a surge of love and confidence. "You're not alone," her thought whispered through their connection. "Never alone," Harry replied. The cannon fired. Harry and Cedric entered the maze side by side, immediately engulfed by the towering hedges. The sounds of the crowd faded almost instantly, replaced by eerie silence. "Good luck," Cedric said, before turning down a different path. You too, Harry called after him. And then he was alone. Alone in the maze, with only his wand, his magic, and the warm presence of Luna's bond to guide him. Harry took a deep breath and started forward. The maze was dark, disorienting. Paths branched and twisted, some leading to dead ends, others to strange obstacles. Harry encountered a blast-ended scroot that nearly burned him before he stunned it. He navigated past a patch of devil's snare. He helped Cedric fight off a massive spider, then they parted ways again. Time lost meaning in the maze. Harry had no idea how long he'd been walking when he heard the scream. Fleur's voice, terrified and pained. Harry ran toward the sound, his wand raised. He found her unconscious, covered in red sparks, eliminated from the competition. He shot his own red sparks into the air to summon help, then continued deeper into the maze. His scar burned worse now. Something was wrong, something beyond the normal dangers of the maze. Through his bond with Luna, he felt her growing anxiety. She sensed what he sensed, danger approaching. Harry turned a corner and saw it, the Triwizard Cup, glowing golden on a raised platform just 30 feet away. But between Harry and the cup stood Cedric. And approaching from another path was Crumb, though the Bulgarian's eyes looked oddly blank. Cedric, look out, Harry shouted. Everything happened at once. Crumb raised his wand toward Cedric. Harry fired a stunning spell that hit Crumb squarely in the chest. Cedric stared in shock as Crumb collapsed. He was imperious, Harry panted, reaching Cedric. Someone's controlling the champions. Cedric's face paled. Who would? I don't know. But we need to get out of here. Now. They both looked at the cup. Freedom. Victory. Safety. Take it, Cedric said. You saved my life. You deserve to win. We'll take it together, Harry decided. On 3. 1, 2, 3. They grabbed the cup simultaneously. Harry felt the familiar jerk behind his navel, a portkey. But this wasn't right. The cup wasn't supposed to be a portkey. It was supposed to transport them back to the entrance of the maze, back to safety. Instead, they were spinning through darkness, the cup pulling them somewhere else entirely. Somewhere wrong. Through his bond, Harry felt Luna's sudden spike of terror. She'd felt it too, the wrongness, the danger. And then they were landing, hitting ground hard. Harry looked up, disoriented, taking in his surroundings. A graveyard. Old, crumbling headstones. A church in the distance. And near them, a cauldron bubbling over a fire. Standing beside the cauldron was a small, robed figure carrying something that writhed. Harry's scar exploded in pain. Kill the spare, a high, cold voice hissed. Everything slowed down. Harry saw the wand raise, saw the flash of green light, heard Cedric's cut-off scream. He tried to move, to shield Cedric, to do something, but he was too late. Cedric Diggory crumpled to the ground, his eyes staring sightlessly at the darkening sky. Dead. Harry screamed, but his voice was drowned out by another voice, one that echoed through his bond, desperate and terrified. Luna, watching from the stands, felt Cedric's death through Harry's horror. Felt her bonded mate's anguish and knew, with terrible certainty, that Harry had just been delivered into Voldemort's hands. Harry lay on cold stone, his entire body screaming in pain. Through the haze of agony radiating from his scar, he became aware of figures moving around him. Robed shapes, Death Eaters, and a voice, high, cold, utterly inhuman, giving orders. Bind him to the tombstone, the voice commanded. Hands seized Harry, dragging him across the graveyard. He tried to resist, tried to reach for his wand, but the curse that held him made movement nearly impossible. Ropes wrapped around his chest and arms, binding him to a crumbling gravestone that read, Tom Riddle. Harry's mind reeled. Tom Riddle. Voldemort's real name. His parents' grave. They were in the graveyard where his parents had died. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, appearing before him, no longer the writhing creature in the cauldron, but restored to something almost human. His pale face twisted into a grotesque smile. At last we meet again. Well and truly this time. Voldemort, Harry spat, though his voice came out hoarse. So the boy remembers, Voldemort hissed. Good. You should know the name of the wizard who will kill you. Tell me, Harry, how does it feel? The bond you've created with that Lovegood girl. Does it hurt, now that you're separated? Harry's stomach clenched. Through the bond, he could feel Luna's panic and pain from Hogwarts. She was experiencing his terror and confusion, magnified by their connection. He had to shield her, had to close off the bond before she suffered too much. Don't think about her, Voldemort sneered. Focus on me. On your death. Why are you keeping me alive? Harry demanded, trying to buy time, trying to think. You've wanted me dead for years. Voldemort's laugh echoed across the graveyard. Because, boy, I want you to understand what you've lost. I want you to feel the full weight of your failure. The tournament was always meant to bring you here, to deliver you to me. Your headmaster suspected as much, but even he couldn't have predicted this. Harry's mind raced. The cup had been a portkey. Someone at Hogwarts had been working with Voldemort. Mad-Eye Moody. It had to be. And your little soulmate, Voldemort continued, circling like a predator. How fascinating that you bonded with her. It makes this so much more poignant. When I kill you, she'll feel it through your bond. She'll experience your death, the severing of your connection. It will destroy her. No, Harry breathed. Through the bond, he could feel Luna's growing horror as she realized where he was, what was happening. Luna, no, close your mind. Close it now. But Luna's connection to him was open, unguarded. She felt everything. His fear, his pain, his desperation. In the stands at Hogwarts, Luna stood suddenly, her face going sheet white. Around her, other students gasped. Dumbledore was already moving, his expression grim. Hermione reached for Luna as she swayed, but Luna pulled away. He's in danger, Luna whispered. Terrible danger. Harry is, the bond is. I know, Dumbledore said quietly. Barty Crouch Jr. was a Death Eater. The cup was a portkey. Harry has been delivered to Voldemort. Through the bond, Luna felt Harry trying to shield her, trying to push her away mentally to protect her from the worst of his suffering. But soul bonds don't work that way. She felt everything anyway. In the graveyard, Voldemort raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green light shot toward Harry, but in that moment, something extraordinary happened. Luna's magic surged through their bond, amplifying Harry's accidental shield charm. The killing curse ricocheted, blasting harmlessly into the night sky. Voldemort's eyes widened with shock. Impossible. But Harry understood now. Luna was fighting through the distance, using their bond to lend him strength, to protect him even from miles away. They were connected, truly and completely. Stupefy. Harry managed, not strong enough on his own, but amplified by Luna's magic channeled through their bond. The spell hit one of the Death Eaters, dropping him instantly. Voldemort hissed in fury. Cut the bond. Do it now. One of the Death Eaters stepped forward with a dark spell prepared. It was ancient magic, designed to sever magical connections. Defindo Anime. The spell struck at Harry and Luna's bond like a knife. Through the connection, both of them felt agony unlike anything they'd experienced. The bond didn't break. Soul bonds cannot be broken, but it twisted, screaming in pain under the assault. Luna collapsed at the stands. Hermione caught her, cradling her as she convulsed. Someone get Pomfrey. Get Dumbledore. But Dumbledore was already chanting, his wand raised. In a flash of magic, the headmaster disappeared. He appeared in the graveyard in a burst of fire, his robes billowing, his expression absolute fury. Tom Riddle, Dumbledore said coldly. You have crossed a line even you should have known not to cross. Soul bonds are sacred magic, protected by laws older than your pathetic existence. Dumbledore, Voldemort snarled. How predictable. Come to rescue your student. I've come to end this, Dumbledore replied. He raised his wand, and the very ground beneath them trembled. What followed was the most intense magical duel Harry had ever witnessed. Spells flashed between the two wizards with blinding speed, fire and ice, light and shadow, magic of a caliber that left Harry breathless. Dumbledore was magnificent and terrible, each spell perfectly executed, perfectly placed. Voldemort matched him spell for spell, but gradually it became clear that even the Dark Lord was struggling against the full force of the headmaster's power. Taking advantage of the distraction, Harry focused on breaking his bonds. Through the bond with Luna, now twisted and painful but still functioning, he drew on her strength. The ropes burned away from his wrists as his magic flared. We must leave, Dumbledore said, without breaking his concentration. Now, Harry. Harry hesitated. Cedric is beyond help, Dumbledore replied grimly. And if we don't leave, we'll all die here. Dumbledore grabbed Harry with one hand while his other hand sent a spell so powerful it shattered 3 Death Eaters into ash. He disapparated them both, leaving Voldemort's enraged screams echoing in the darkness. They reappeared in the castle hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey rushed to them immediately, but Harry's focus was only on Luna. She lay on a bed, her body rigid, her eyes staring sightlessly at the ceiling. Hermione sat beside her, holding her hand. Ron stood nearby, looking helpless. "Luna!" Harry cried, moving to her side. Luna's eyes flickered, trying to focus on him. Through the bond, Harry felt the depth of her pain. The severing spell had damaged their connection badly. It still existed, but it was like trying to hear through walls of solid stone. "What happened?" Hermione demanded. "What did they do to her?" "They attacked the bond," Harry explained, sitting beside Luna and taking her other hand. "They tried to sever it. It didn't work. Soul bonds can't be broken, but it hurt them both." Madame Pomfrey was examining Luna with her wand, her expression darkening. "The bond is damaged. Severely. I'm not sure I can fix this. It's ancient magic, beyond my expertise. We need to stabilize it," Dumbledore said quietly. He'd moved to stand beside Luna's bed. "Harry, Luna, listen to me. Your bond is twisted, but not broken. If you can consciously repair it together, you might be able to heal the damage." "How?" Harry asked desperately. "By binding tighter," Luna whispered, her voice barely audible. "By choosing each other again. Consciously, deliberately, aware of the cost." Harry understood. She was asking him to renew their bond, knowing the pain it would bring. Knowing it might not work. "Do it," he said immediately. Luna's eyes finally focused on his. Through their damaged connection, he felt her love, her determination, her fear. They clasped hands over Luna's bed. Harry could feel Ron and Hermione watching, feel Dumbledore's steady presence. But most importantly, he felt Luna, all of her, every part of her magical essence reaching toward him. Together, they spoke the words again. But this time, the words were different, adapted for healing rather than creation. "By magic old and power true, I mend the break between us two. Though darkness tried to tear apart, I bind my soul to yours once more. One heart, one mind, one sacred bond, through pain and joy, forevermore." The moment the words left their lips, their bond flared back to life. But unlike the first bonding, this was agony. The twisted sections of their connection straightened out through sheer force of will, and both Harry and Luna screamed as the magic recalibrated itself. Luna's body arched off the bed. Harry felt like his magic was being torn apart and reassembled. Around them, Madame Pomfrey and Dumbledore shouted spells to keep them from dying from magical shock. And then, suddenly, it was over. The bond settled, stronger than before, but changed. There was a scar through it now, a place where it had been broken and healed. But it was whole. It was theirs. Luna gasped and opened her eyes fully. Harry met her gaze, and through their bond, he felt her relief and gratitude mirror his own. "That was incredibly foolish," Madame Pomfrey said sharply, though there was relief in her voice too. "And incredibly brave. You could have died. Both of you. But we didn't," Luna said softly. "We're stronger now. I can feel it." She was right. Their bond, while scarred, hummed with power. They'd survived an attack by Death Eaters, survived having their most intimate connection targeted. And they'd come out the other side intact. Dumbledore pulled Harry aside once Madame Pomfrey had settled Luna into bed to rest. "Tom knows about the bond now. He'll use it against you. The fact that he was able to hurt it, that's a vulnerability we need to address. He won't get the chance to hurt it again," Harry said fiercely. "I'll protect it. I'll protect Luna." "I believe you will," Dumbledore replied. "But Harry, you must understand, Voldemort has returned to power. The Ministry won't believe it, Fudge will deny it, but it's true. You witnessed his resurrection. And now, because of your bond with Luna, you've given him knowledge of something he can use against you." "Then I'll make sure it doesn't matter," Harry said. "Our bond is our strength, not our weakness." Over the next days, the story spread through Hogwarts. Cedric Diggory was dead. Voldemort had returned. The Ministry denied it, but students knew the truth. The castle had become a place of fear and uncertainty. Luna recovered quickly from the magical shock, though she and Harry both bore the emotional weight of what they'd experienced. The scar through their bond was a constant reminder of the danger they faced. But it was also a reminder of their connection's strength. They'd survived something that should have torn them apart. And they'd come out stronger. The school year ended with a somber ceremony for Cedric. Harry stood beside Luna as the entire student body gathered to pay respects to the boy who'd been kind enough to compete fairly, only to die in the darkness. "It's not fair," Ron said angrily. "He didn't deserve this." "No one deserves what Voldemort brings," Luna replied. "But his death won't be meaningless. Harry survived. And now everyone will know Voldemort is back. The Ministry can't deny the truth forever." That night, as Harry and Luna lay in their quarters, he pulled her close. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "For all of this. For putting you in danger." "You didn't put me in danger," Luna said firmly. "Voldemort did. And if we're going to face him, and we will, then I want to face him with you. Not apart. Not separated. Together." Harry kissed the top of her head, grateful beyond words for this strange, wonderful girl who'd chosen him, stood by him, and fought for their bond even when it meant pain. "Together," he echoed. Through their bond, scarred but strong, they fell asleep, two young souls bound by magic stronger than death itself. And somewhere in the darkness beyond the castle, Voldemort planned, knowing his greatest threat wasn't just the boy who lived, but the boy and the girl whose souls had become one. The war was coming, but Harry and Luna would face it as they faced everything now, together, bound by magic and love and a connection that could withstand even the darkest magic the world had to offer. The train back to London was quieter than usual. Students spoke in hushed tones, if they spoke at all. The reality of Cedric's death and Voldemort's return had sobered everyone. Harry sat with Luna, Ron, and Hermione in a compartment at the rear of the train, and the mood was heavy with unspoken dread. "Fudge won't listen," Hermione said bitterly, reading The Prophet for the 100th time. "Look at this headline: Delusional Boy Invents Dark Lord Resurrection Fantasy. They're calling you a liar, Harry. A fraud." "Let them," Luna said calmly, her hand in Harry's. "The truth doesn't change based on who believes it. Voldemort is back. That's reality, regardless of the Ministry's denial." "It still matters though," Ron argued. "If people don't believe, they won't prepare. They won't defend themselves." Harry stared out the window at the passing countryside, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. Somewhere out there, Voldemort was gathering followers, planning his next move. And Harry had become the sole witness to his resurrection, the only one who could convince people of the danger. "What are you going to do this summer?" Hermione asked Harry. "You can't go back to the Dursleys. Not after everything that's happened." "Dumbledore's already arranged something," Harry replied. "I'm staying with the Weasleys." Mrs. Weasley insisted. Luna squeezed his hand. "I wish I could be there." "I know. But you need to be with your father. He'll want to see you, to know you're safe." Their separation would be the longest since they'd bonded. Through their connection, Harry felt Luna's anxiety about being apart for an extended period. But they both understood it was necessary. Luna's father, Xenophilius Lovegood, was a recluse who rarely left their home. And he deserved to have his daughter home after such a traumatic year. "We'll write constantly," Luna promised. "And we can visit during the summer holidays. Every week if I can manage it," Harry said. The compartment fell silent again. Outside, the countryside gave way to industrial towns and finally to London. The train pulled into platform 9 3/4 with a screech of brakes. Students grabbed their luggage and began to disembark. Harry said goodbye to his friends, promising to write. Then he and Luna made their way to the platform together, their hands clasped. They didn't care who saw them now. The secret was out. The entire school knew they were bonded. At the barrier between the Muggle and magical worlds, they stopped. Mr. and Mrs. Granger stood waiting for Hermione. The Weasley family occupied a large space near the barrier, with Mrs. Weasley already fussing over Ron's appearance. And standing alone, looking ethereal and slightly out of place, was Luna's father. "That's me," Luna said softly. She turned to Harry and stood on her tiptoes, kissing him gently on the lips. Through their bond, she sent him waves of love and reassurance. "I'll see you soon. Be safe." "You too," Harry replied. "I love you." "I love you," Luna echoed. Then she was gone, gliding through the crowd toward her father. Harry watched her go, feeling the distance between them like a physical ache. Even through their bond, he could sense her moving away, the connection stretching but not breaking. Their first extended separation as a bonded pair. "Harry." Mrs. Weasley's voice cut through his thoughts. She engulfed him in a warm hug. Come on, love. We've got the car parked nearby. The drive to the burrow took several hours. Harry spent most of it listening to Mrs. Weasley chat about summer plans while Ron dozed beside him. When they finally arrived at the lopsided house hidden behind layers of protective enchantments, Harry felt a wave of relief. For the first time in months, he could almost believe things might be normal. That feeling lasted about 3 days. Harry, we need to talk, Dumbledore said one afternoon, appearing in the kitchen fireplace via Flow Network. The headmaster looked exhausted, his eyes shadowed with worry. Harry and Mrs. Weasley moved into the sitting room for privacy. Dumbledore settled into a chair, his expression grave. The ministry is becoming increasingly difficult, Dumbledore began. Fudge refuses to acknowledge Voldemort's return. He's branded you a liar and is pressuring other ministry officials to do the same. It's creating division within the government. What about other wizards? Harry asked. Surely they have to believe the truth. Truth is a complex thing, Dumbledore replied. Many people would rather deny unpleasant realities than accept them. Fudge's denial has been encouraged by someone, I'm not yet certain who, but there's a concerted effort to discredit your story. What should I do? For now, document everything, Dumbledore instructed. Write down everything you remember from that night. Every detail, no matter how small. And Harry, be extremely careful about your bond with Luna. I suspect Voldemort will try again to exploit it. After Dumbledore left, Harry spent the evening writing detailed accounts of his experience in the graveyard. He filled pages with descriptions of the Death Eaters, Voldemort's appearance, the ritual he'd performed. Writing it all down made it feel real, made it harder to deny. That night, he wrote to Luna. Dear Luna, today Dumbledore visited. The ministry still refuses to acknowledge that Voldemort is back. Fudge is calling me a liar and discrediting everything I've said. I'm worried that by the time people finally realize the danger, it will be too late. Dumbledore warned me that Voldemort will likely try to attack our bond again. I know you're probably reading this and feeling worried. Don't be. We've survived worse. Our bond is stronger now, scarred but unbreakable. I miss you terribly. Only 2 more weeks until I can visit. How is your father? I hope he's well. Love, Harry. Luna's response arrived 3 days later. Dear Harry, Father says you're welcome any time. He's fascinated by the bond and has been showing me old books about soul bonds. There are stories of bonded pairs doing extraordinary things, wielding magic no single wizard could manage. He says our bond might be more significant than we realize. I'm not afraid of Voldemort's threats. Afraid for you, yes. But not of him. We're stronger together, and he knows it. That's why he'll try to separate us. Don't let him. See you in 10 days. Love always, Luna. The 2 weeks crawled by. Harry trained in the garden when he could, practicing spells with Ron. They discussed strategies and theories about how to stop Voldemort. Hermione sent letters full of research about dark magic and ways to protect oneself. But nothing quite satisfied Harry's growing sense of urgency. Finally, the day came. Harry took the Flow Network to Hogsmeade and then traveled by foot to the address Luna had provided. Her home, called the Rook, was a spectacular structure that seemed to defy architectural logic. It tilted at impossible angles, had turrets and towers that appeared and disappeared, and was surrounded by a garden bursting with strange and wonderful plants. Luna met him at the door, and Harry barely waited for it to close before pulling her into his arms. Their bond flared to full strength now that they were touching, and Harry felt the joy radiate through him. I missed you, he breathed into her hair. I missed you too, Luna replied, holding him tight. But we're together now. That's what matters. Luna's father, Xenophilius Lovegood, was tall and thin with the same silvery blonde hair as his daughter. He greeted Harry with a gentle handshake and invited him to stay as long as he wished. My daughter speaks highly of you, Mr. Lovegood said. And I must say, the soul bond between you is quite remarkable. I've been studying magical bonds for years, and I've never encountered one so powerful. What do you mean? Harry asked. Come, I'll show you. Mr. Lovegood led them to his study, which was crammed with books, papers, and strange magical instruments. He pulled out a glowing crystal that pulsed with silvery gold light. This is a bond resonator, Mr. Lovegood explained. It measures the strength and purity of magical bonds. Look at the reading. The crystal was brighter than Harry had ever seen. In fact, Mr. Lovegood said it was displaying readings that were off the scale for most bonded pairs. This level of compatibility is extraordinarily rare, Mr. Lovegood continued. According to the old texts, pairs with bonds this strong can do things that would be impossible for other bonded wizards. They can channel magic through each other with perfect efficiency. They can share not just emotional connections but actual magical knowledge. In ancient times, such bonds were said to be blessed by the magic itself. What does that mean? Luna asked, her hand finding Harry's. It means that your bond isn't just a romantic or emotional connection, Mr. Lovegood explained. It's a conduit for magic itself. The universe, in a sense, recognizes your union as significant. It may grant you abilities that other bonded pairs don't possess. Over the next week, Harry and Luna experimented with their bond under Mr. Lovegood's guidance. They discovered they could share knowledge directly. Luna could teach Harry about magical creatures by allowing their thoughts to merge, and Harry could show Luna complicated spell theories by the same method. It was intimate and strange but also incredibly efficient. But more than that, they discovered they could channel magic through each other with perfect synchronization. When they cast spells together, the power multiplied exponentially. They created shield charms so strong that even stunning spells bounced off them. They combined their patronuses into something far more powerful than the sum of their parts. This is dangerous, Mr. Lovegood warned. Such power attracts attention. And if Voldemort learns of your capabilities, he'll try to stop us, Luna finished. But father, we were going to face him anyway. At least now we have the ability to truly defend ourselves. She's right, Harry said. And the Ministry won't believe us. So we need to be ready. We need to be strong enough to protect ourselves and others. Mr. Lovegood sighed. You're both very young for such burdens. But I understand. The world doesn't often wait for people to grow up before it demands they act. The summer weeks passed in a blur of training, learning, and simply being together. Harry's birthday arrived, he turned 15, and Luna organized a small celebration. Mr. Lovegood made a chocolate cake, and they had a quiet dinner together. It was one of the happiest days Harry could remember. But as August wore on, the news from the wider wizarding world grew darker. Attacks began to be reported, not many, not widely publicized, but they were happening. A Muggle family vanished from their home. A wizard disappeared in London. Strange magical disturbances in various parts of the country. He's building his forces, Harry said grimly, reading yet another cryptic Daily Prophet article that avoided directly connecting the incidents to Voldemort. He's getting ready for something big. Dumbledore is doing what he can, Luna said softly. She'd received a letter from the headmaster warning them to return to school early, before the other students. We need to be ready when we return to Hogwarts. Ready to fight, ready to protect. Their last day at the Rook was bittersweet. Harry knew he'd found something precious here, not just in his time with Luna, but in the acceptance and understanding Mr. Lovegood had shown him. The older wizard had given Harry a gift before they left, a journal bound in leather, enchanted to store memories and knowledge. For your bond, Mr. Lovegood had said. Record your experiences, your feelings, your discoveries. Perhaps someday, it will help others understand what true connection means. On the Hogwarts Express, returning for 5th year, Harry and Luna claimed a compartment and settled in together. Ron and Hermione joined them shortly after. The expression on their friends' faces when they saw how much stronger Harry and Luna's bond had become, evident in the way they moved in perfect synchronization, the way they could communicate with a glance, was priceless. Blimey, Ron said. You two are like, I don't even know. One person in two bodies. Not quite, Luna said with a smile. We're still individuals. But yes, we're much more synchronized now. Dumbledore wrote to me, Hermione said, pulling out a letter. He wants us to form a study group this year. Not just for classes, but to prepare for what's coming. He called it Dumbledore's Army. How many people? Harry asked. As many as we can recruit and trust, Hermione replied. The Ministry won't prepare people for war. So we will. We'll teach defensive magic, we'll train together, we'll be ready. Harry felt resolve harden in his chest. Voldemort wanted war. Voldemort wanted Harry divided from his loved ones, isolated and vulnerable. But what Voldemort didn't understand was that Harry wasn't alone anymore. He had friends, he had a bonded mate, and he had magic that grew stronger every day. Then we'll be ready, Harry said firmly. All of us. As the Hogwarts Express carried them toward the castle, Harry stood on the platform between cars and looked out at the landscape rushing past. Somewhere out there, Voldemort was planning. But here, on this train, with Luna beside him and Ron and Hermione in the compartment, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in months. Hope. Not naive hope that everything would be fine. But the determined hope that came from knowing you were prepared, knowing you weren't facing darkness alone. Luna slipped her hand into his, and through their bond, she sent him warmth and steadiness. Whatever comes, she said softly, we'll face it together. Together, Harry echoed. And as the Hogwarts Express carried them toward their 5th year, toward the war that was coming, toward a future uncertain and dangerous and full of possibility, Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood stood together, two souls bound by magic older than prophecy, ready to fight for everything they loved. Hogwarts felt different when Harry and Luna arrived for their 5th year. The castle seemed darker somehow, or perhaps it was just that the darkness within the wizarding world had finally begun to seep into its walls. The Ministry's denial of Voldemort's return had created a strange disconnect. Outwardly, Hogwarts attempted to function normally. But beneath the surface, fear thrummed through the corridors like a second heartbeat. The first sign of trouble came during Dumbledore's opening feast. Minister Fudge arrived unexpectedly, along with a severe-looking woman dressed in pink. Hermione leaned over to Harry with a whisper, "That's Dolores Umbridge. She works for the Ministry's Department of Magical Education." The woman, Umbridge, looked like a toad, all bulbous eyes and wide mouth. She smiled constantly, but there was nothing warm in that smile. When Dumbledore introduced her as the new High Inquisitor, appointed to oversee educational standards, an uneasiness rippled through the student body. "What's a High Inquisitor?" Ron asked. "A spy," Hermione replied grimly. "The Ministry is losing faith in Dumbledore. They're sending someone to monitor what he does, what he teaches." Harry and Luna exchanged glances through their bond. This complicated things. Dumbledore's army would need to operate in absolute secrecy now. The first meeting of their study group took place 2 weeks into term, after Umbridge had already begun her work of undermining Dumbledore's authority. They gathered in the Room of Requirement, which manifested as a large, comfortable room with plenty of space for practicing spells. 32 students stood arranged in a circle, all of them carefully selected by Hermione for their reliability and genuine desire to learn. Harry stood facing the group, acutely aware that he was about to ask these people to risk everything. "Voldemort has returned. That's not an opinion, it's fact. I was there. I saw it." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "The Ministry won't prepare us. Umbridge is here to suppress information about the threat. So we have to prepare ourselves." "How?" asked a 5th-year Hufflepuff named Zacharias Smith. "We're just students. We can't fight Death Eaters." "Not yet," Luna said softly, stepping forward. "But you can learn. All of you have magic. All of you have courage. With training, with time, you can become powerful enough to defend yourselves and others." Over the next weeks, Dumbledore's army became the primary focus of Harry's life outside of classes. 3 times a week, students gathered in the Room of Requirement to practice defensive spells. Harry taught them techniques he'd learned fighting Death Eaters. Luna worked with them on focus and meditation. Hermione insisted they understand the theory behind each spell. Ron kept everyone relaxed and confident through his easy humor. The bond between Harry and Luna deepened through their shared purpose. As they worked together teaching, their magic synchronized perfectly. They could demonstrate spells in synchronized casts that left students breathless. But more importantly, they were building something, not just a group of trained students, but a community united against darkness. By November, the Ministry's interference became more aggressive. Umbridge began banning books from the library, restricting what professors could teach, implementing increasingly draconian punishments for minor infractions. She had a special obsession with Harry, constantly calling him to her office to interrogate him about his claims regarding Voldemort. Each time, Harry returned to his quarters bruised and shaken. Umbridge used a blood quill that carved her words into the back of his hand. The Ministry's preferred method of torture, cruel and insidious, leaving scars that took weeks to fade. Luna cleaned his wounds with gentle hands and soothing magic after each session. "She's testing you," Luna said one evening as she examined the angry welts on his hand. Trying to break you mentally. Don't let her. It's hard, Harry admitted. Every time I go in there, I feel like she's trying to prove I'm a liar. Like if she tortures me enough, I'll admit Voldemort isn't real. But you won't, Luna said firmly. Because the truth isn't determined by pain. You know what you saw. Let her carve whatever she wants into your flesh, it doesn't change reality. Through their bond, Luna sent him strength and comfort. And Harry realized something profound. Their bond wasn't just a source of magical power. It was also an anchor to sanity in a world increasingly bent on denying truth. Christmas came early that year. By mid-December, Umbridge had become so oppressive that she'd essentially taken over day-to-day running of the school. Dumbledore remained headmaster in title only. She'd banned Dumbledore's army formally, threatening expulsion for anyone caught practicing defensive magic outside of her own curriculum. Her methods of teaching had the students literally too terrified to learn. In her classes, they spent all their time reading from textbooks while she sat at her desk, knitting something red and fluffy. "We can't let her stop the DA," Hermione insisted during one of their secret meetings. "Learning is essential. If we give up now." "We're not giving up," Harry interrupted. "We're just being smarter. Umbridge is here as long as the Ministry feels threatened by Dumbledore's influence. If we can gather enough evidence, enough students who've learned to defend themselves, we can change the dynamic." Luna was quiet, her fingers moving across a piece of parchment as she sketched. When she finished, she showed them the drawing, a phoenix, rising from flames. "The phoenix," Luna said softly. "A symbol of rebirth and renewal. Our army needs a symbol. Something that represents hope even in darkness." "That's brilliant," Hermione breathed. "We could create insignias, distribute them to members. It would create solidarity, remind them they're not alone." The idea took hold. Over the next weeks, members of Dumbledore's army began wearing small phoenix pins beneath their robes. It wasn't a rebellion, not openly, but it was a declaration. "We are here. We are learning. We are ready." In January, something shifted. Harry received a message through the fireplace from Sirius, sent via encrypted magic that Umbridge couldn't intercept. Sirius was in hiding, but he wanted Harry to know. The Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's private organization to fight Voldemort, had voted to accept fifth-year students in limited capacity. "You're being recruited into the Order," Ron asked when Harry told them. "Bloody hell, mate. That's amazing. And terrifying," Harry added. "Sirius says the Order has suffered casualties. There are already battles happening that the Ministry is covering up." Luna squeezed his hand. "Then we prepare. We train harder. We become worthy of whatever the Order asks of us." As winter turned toward spring, Harry noticed changes in Luna. She'd always been ethereal and otherworldly, but now there was something more purposeful in her manner. Her training sessions with the DA members became intense. She developed teaching methods that focused on intuition and magical instinct rather than rigid technique. "Magic isn't just about wand movements and incantations," Luna explained to a group of third years. "It's about intention. About knowing what you want and being willing to become that desire. When you're facing a Death Eater, when fear is drowning you, technique falls away. What remains is will. What remains is the part of you that refuses to break." Harry watched her work and felt overwhelming love and pride. Luna wasn't just his bonded mate anymore. She was becoming a leader. A force that others gathered around. One night in April, as they lay in their quarters, Luna turned to Harry with unusual seriousness. "I've been having dreams," she said. "Dreams about the future. Dark dreams." Harry's stomach clenched. Through their bond, he could feel the fear underlying her words. "What kind of dreams?" "War," Luna whispered. "Real war. Not just attacks or isolated incidents. But actual magical battles. Blood and death. And in every dream, you're at the center of it. The lightning rod around which everything revolves." Harry pulled her closer. "We'll face it together. Whatever comes." "I know. But Harry, in the dreams, I see loss. People we care about, people we've trained, they don't survive. And I see you carrying that weight. The guilt, the responsibility. It breaks you." "That won't happen," Harry said, though he wasn't certain. "We're stronger together. You've said it yourself." "Yes," Luna agreed. "But strength alone isn't always enough. Not against what's coming. We need wisdom too. And luck. And the willingness to sacrifice." They held each other through the night, neither sleeping, both aware that the calm they'd been experiencing was temporary. Umbridge's oppression had intensified. Dumbledore's army had grown to over 60 members. And Voldemort's influence continued to spread, invisible but inescapable. In May, the Ministry made its move. Umbridge discovered evidence of the DA. Someone had betrayed them, though no one ever confirmed who. Instead of simply expelling the students involved, Umbridge decided to use it as an opportunity to discredit Dumbledore completely. She claimed that Dumbledore had been training students to rebel against the Ministry. That he was using them as his personal army. Harry, Luna, Hermione, Ron, and about 20 of their core DA members were brought before an inquisitorial hearing. Umbridge presided, with Fudge watching smugly. They demanded names, dates, spell lists, everything. Harry refused to cooperate. So did Luna. So did every single member of Dumbledore's army who'd been gathered. They sat in that hearing room and said nothing, no matter what threats were leveled at them. "You will be expelled," Umbridge promised. "Every single one of you. And when you leave this school, you won't be able to attend another. You'll be marked as rebels, as danger to society." But then Dumbledore spoke. He'd been quiet throughout the hearing, but now he stood, his presence suddenly enormous despite his small stature. "You can expel them," Dumbledore said calmly. "You can mark them, curse them, deny them education. But you cannot break what has been forged between us. These students have learned something far more important than spells. They've learned courage. They've learned to stand together. They've learned that truth matters more than safety." His words hung in the air. And incredibly, Fudge backed down. Perhaps he was afraid of the political ramifications of mass expulsion. Perhaps he realized that Dumbledore's supporters would fight back. Whatever the reason, the hearing ended without expulsions, though several of the DA members received formal Ministry warnings on their records. When they returned to the castle, the entire student body knew what had happened. And instead of feeling defeated, students felt emboldened. By the end of term, over 200 students had joined Dumbledore's army. The DA had become something Umbridge couldn't suppress, a movement rather than an organization. An idea rather than a threat. On the last day of term, as the Hogwarts Express prepared to depart, Harry stood with Luna, Ron, and Hermione in their favorite compartment. The year had been harder than any before it, but also more meaningful. They'd fought against oppression. They'd stood up for what they believed. They'd built something that would last. "Next year will be worse," Hermione predicted. "The Ministry won't give up. Umbridge will return with even more power. Then we'll be ready," Luna said simply. "We have the summer to train. And when we return, we'll be stronger." Harry felt the truth of her words through their bond. They were ready for whatever came next. Not because they weren't afraid, they were terrified. But because they had each other. Because they had friends. Because they had discovered that even in darkness, light could burn bright if you refused to let it be extinguished. As the train pulled away from Hogwarts, carrying them back toward the Muggle world and their separate homes, Harry thought about everything that had happened this year. The formation of the army. The oppression by Umbridge. The discovery that they could inspire others. The realization that change came not from force but from unity. Luna leaned her head on his shoulder, and through their bond, she shared a vision, not a prophecy, but a possibility. A future where they stood against Voldemort. A future where they fought alongside their friends. A future uncertain and dangerous but full of hope. "Whatever happens," Luna whispered, "I'm glad I'm facing it with you." "And I with you," Harry replied. "Always." Outside the train windows, the landscape blurred past. Behind them, Hogwarts Castle receded into the distance. But the bonds formed there, the magical bonds and the friendships, remained unbroken. Strong. Resilient. Ready for anything. The war was coming. But so was an army. An army of young witches and wizards who refused to accept darkness as inevitable. An army led by a boy and a girl whose souls had been bound by magic itself. An army that would change the world. Harry's summer with the Weasleys proved to be both comforting and increasingly tense. The Order of the Phoenix had taken over the headquarters at 12 Grimmauld Place, the Black family home in London, and Sirius had extended an invitation for Harry to stay there as well. Mrs. Weasley disagreed vehemently. She wanted Harry safe at the Burrow, away from Ministry surveillance and Death Eater activity. In the end, a compromise was reached. Harry would spend his days at Grimmauld Place with the Order, assisting with preparations and training, but he would return to the Burrow each evening. It meant traveling back and forth constantly, but it allowed him to be part of both worlds. Sirius greeted Harry with genuine warmth when he first arrived at the house. The escaped prisoner had changed significantly over the past year. Imprisonment in Azkaban had taken its toll, but being free, truly free, with work to do and purpose to his existence, had begun to restore him. Still, his eyes carried a weight of trauma that Harry recognized and understood. "Harry. Good to see you, mate," Sirius said, pulling him into a fierce hug. "Dumbledore says you've been doing remarkable work with the DA. Leading students, teaching them. That's exactly what we need." "It's not just me," Harry replied. "Luna has been crucial. She's the one who really understands how to reach people, how to inspire them." Sirius's expression became thoughtful. "Your bonded mate. Dumbledore mentioned her. That's extraordinary magic you two have, from what I'm told. A soul bond of that magnitude is rare." "It's saved my life more than once," Harry said. "When the Death Eaters attacked our bond, she was there. When Umbridge tried to break me, she held me together. I can't imagine facing any of this without her." "Then you're fortunate," Sirius said quietly. "Not everyone finds that. Someone to balance them, to complete them. Your father and mother had something similar. Not a soul bond, but a connection so strong that losing your mother destroyed him in ways I'm still not sure he recovered from, even after all those years." Over the following weeks, Harry found himself at the center of increasingly serious Order discussions. Voldemort's activities were becoming bolder. Death Eaters were recruiting openly in certain ministry departments. There had been 2 confirmed attacks on Muggle families. And worst of all, there were reports that Voldemort had begun creating something, some kind of object or objects of power, though no one could determine exactly what. "Horcruxes," Dumbledore said during one late-night meeting. "I believe Voldemort has created Horcruxes. Objects in which he has stored fragments of his soul." The room fell silent. Even the Order members, most of whom had been fighting dark magic for years, looked shaken. "Horcruxes are theoretical," one witch said uncertainly. "Dark magic of the worst kind. Creating even one would require sacrifice," Dumbledore finished grimly. "Murder, specifically. And Voldemort has made 7. The number hung in the air like a curse. 7. 7 pieces of Voldemort's soul scattered throughout the wizarding world. It meant one thing clearly: Voldemort could not be killed through normal means. Not until every Horcrux was destroyed. Harry felt something shift in his chest. Through their bond, he sensed Luna's presence back at the burrow, sensing his disturbance. He mentally sent her calm, though he felt far from calm himself. "How do we find them?" Sirius asked. "That," Dumbledore replied, "is the question we must answer before school begins again." When Harry returned to the burrow that evening, Luna was waiting for him on the porch. She'd grown taller over the summer, and there was new strength in her bearing. The bond between them thrummed with recognition and concern. "You learned something terrible," Luna said, not as a question but as a statement. "I felt it through the bond. Your thoughts were so loud, even from a distance." "What happened?" Harry told her everything. About the Horcruxes, about Dumbledore's fears, about the magnitude of what they were facing. Luna listened without interrupting, her strange eyes processing information at a depth that reminded Harry why he loved her. "Horcruxes are abominations," Luna said finally. "Fragments of a fractured soul anchored to objects. Creating them tears reality itself." "But Harry, if Voldemort has created 7, it means killing him normally won't work," Harry finished. "We have to find them first. Destroy them first." Luna reached out and took his hand. "Then that's what we'll do. We'll find them, we'll destroy them, and we'll stop him." Her certainty was absolute. Through the bond, Harry could feel it, not blind optimism, but genuine conviction that they would succeed. It was the kind of faith that could move mountains. The rest of the summer passed in preparation. Harry trained with the Order every day, learning advanced defensive magic and strategies for facing Death Eaters. He trained with Luna every evening, practicing their combined magic, refining their ability to work in perfect synchronization. By the time they were packing to return to Hogwarts, Harry felt more prepared than ever before, though also more aware than ever of how vast the challenge ahead truly was. Ron and Hermione arrived at King's Cross looking equally burdened. Hermione had spent her summer researching Horcruxes and had filled an entire trunk with her findings. Ron looked lean and determined in a way he hadn't been before, as if he'd aged years rather than months. My brother Bill is in the Order now, Ron said once they'd settled into their compartment. He finished his apprenticeship as a curse breaker early and offered to help with the Horcrux search. Mum's furious. She doesn't want any of us involved in real fighting. My parents are the same, Hermione admitted. They want me to focus on school, to have a normal teenage life. But there's nothing normal about this. Not anymore. Luna emerged from the corridor carrying hot chocolate. She developed the habit of caring for people in small, practical ways, providing comfort through food and warmth when emotional comfort wasn't enough. It was one of the many things Harry loved about her. The Order will need us, Luna said simply, handing out cups. Not just for our magic, but for our perspective. We see things differently than older wizards. We're not bound by the same limitations. That's what Dumbledore told Harry, Ron said. He said that young witches and wizards sometimes accomplish what elder ones cannot because we haven't learned to believe in our limitations yet. They talked for hours as the train carried them north. About the Horcruxes, about Voldemort's plans, about what lay ahead. By the time they arrived at Hogwarts, they'd shifted from being students preparing for another school year to being operatives in a war they were just beginning to understand the true scope of. The castle was the same, ancient stones and winding staircases, the great hall with its enchanted ceiling. But something fundamental had changed. The threat was no longer abstract or distant. It was real and pressing and bearing down on all of them. Dumbledore's opening address was notably brief. He welcomed students back and announced the return of Umbridge's High Inquisitor, which was met with groans. But he added something unusual: this year will test us all. Not just academically, but spiritually and morally. There will be times when you must choose between what is safe and what is right. I hope you will choose wisely. It was as close to an acknowledgement of the war as Dumbledore could make without directly saying it. Dumbledore's army reconvened within days. The membership had swelled to over 300. Not all of them were equally dedicated, some joined out of curiosity or peer pressure, but the core group of perhaps 100 were serious about the training. They understood, in the way that young people sometimes can with startling clarity, that they might be called upon to fight for their lives before they graduated. Harry and Luna worked to adapt their teaching methods. They incorporated more advanced offensive spells, more complex defensive strategies. But more importantly, they worked on building psychological resilience. They taught students how to function in fear, how to maintain focus under pressure, how to trust themselves and their companions. Fear is natural, Luna told one group during a session in November. Fear means you understand the danger. What matters is what you do with that fear. Do you let it paralyze you, or do you transform it into something useful? Do you use it to run away, or do you use it as fuel to stand and fight? Harry watched her work and felt a surge of love so intense it nearly took his breath away. She had become so much more than his bonded mate. She had become his partner in every meaningful sense. When he looked ahead to the future, he couldn't imagine navigating it without her. That night, as they lay in their quarters, Harry spoke something that had been growing in his heart for months. I want to marry you, he said simply. Properly, I mean, not just bonded magically, but publicly. With ceremony. With everyone we care about present. Luna turned to look at him, her strange eyes reflecting starlight from the window. We're already married, Harry. In the eyes of magic. I know. But I want more. I want to choose you every day, in every way. I want to stand before the world and declare what you mean to me. I want, he paused, searching for words, I want to marry you the way normal couples do. When the war is over. When we have peace. I want to promise you forever in a way that everyone can witness. Luna's hand found his. Then we'll do that, she said. When we have peace. I would like that very much. They sealed the promise with a kiss, and through their bond, they reinforced it with magic. A secondary bonding, not as deep as their soul bond but meaningful in its own right. A promise of a future together. But the future seemed increasingly uncertain as the year progressed. In December, there was a Death Eater attack on Hogsmeade. 3 wizards were killed, and several others were injured. The Ministry tried to spin it as the work of dark wizards acting independently, not connected to Voldemort. No one believed that story. By spring, Dumbledore's office had become a kind of command center. Harry had been brought into the inner circle, the small group of Order members who knew about the Horcruxes and were actively searching for them. Sirius, Bill Weasley, Tonks, and Mad-Eye Moody joined Dumbledore and Harry in these meetings. Luna had requested to be included, and surprisingly, Dumbledore had agreed. His reasoning was simple: her intuitive magical sense might prove useful in detecting Horcrux locations. "I've identified the first Horcrux," Dumbledore announced one evening in his office. Fawkes sat on his perch, his bright red plumage seeming to glow in the candlelight. A diary. Riddle's diary from his school days. "If my suspicions are correct, it's currently being held at the Ministry in their Department of Mysteries. Retrieving it will be challenging." "That's where the prophecy is kept," Sirius said. "The one about Harry and Voldemort." "Precisely," Dumbledore replied. "Which means it will be heavily guarded." "I can do it," Harry said immediately. "I'll get past the guards." "No," Dumbledore said firmly. "That would be too dangerous, and it would draw Voldemort's attention in ways we cannot afford. For now, the Horcrux will remain where it is. We have leads on the others that are more promising." Over the next weeks, they discussed strategies for finding and destroying the remaining Horcruxes. It was revealed that one was likely a piece of Voldemort's jewelry, another perhaps a portion of his clothing or a familiar object from his past. Each Horcrux would require different methods to destroy it. Some could be destroyed by conventional means, fire, physical damage. But some would require more specialized magic, particularly dark magic that Dumbledore was reluctant to use. "We'll find another way," Dumbledore insisted. "I will not employ dark magic, no matter how expedient it might be. That path leads to becoming that which we fight." As the school year drew to a close, Harry felt the weight of responsibility settling more heavily on his shoulders. He was just 15 years old, yet the fate of the wizarding world seemed to rest on his and his friends' ability to find and destroy 7 Horcruxes. It was impossible. It was also necessary. On the last night before the school year ended, Harry and Luna stood on the astronomy tower, looking out over Hogwarts grounds toward the Forbidden Forest. The stars were brilliant above them, and the night air carried the scent of spring flowers and growing things. "Are you afraid?" Luna asked softly. "Terrified," Harry admitted. "But also, determined. I've spent my whole life trying to survive, trying to be ordinary despite being famous. But maybe I can't be ordinary. Maybe I'm supposed to do this. Maybe we're supposed to do this." Luna took his hand. "I believe we are. I had a dream last night. In it, I saw the two of us standing in darkness, and all around us, light was spreading. We were spreading it, through our bond, through our magic, through our refusal to surrender. It wasn't a prophecy, but it felt like possibility. Like one version of the future that could come to pass if we choose to make it real." "Then we'll make it real," Harry said. Together. They stood together through the night, watching the stars wheel overhead, feeling their bond pulse with strength and purpose. Two souls intertwined, facing an uncertain future but facing it together. And in facing it together, they had already become something formidable. The war would come. It was inevitable now. But so would they, Harry and Luna, bonded by magic older than prophecy, ready to fight not just for their own lives but for everyone they loved. Ready to stand in darkness and be the light that refused to be extinguished. The castle bells tolled midnight, marking the end of another day. And beneath the stars, 2 young souls held each other tight, knowing that everything was about to change. Knowing that peace, once found, would be hard-won and precious. Knowing that love, true, deep, magical love, would be their greatest weapon and their greatest strength. The summer before Harry's 6th year brought the war into the open. Voldemort stopped hiding his activities. Death Eaters attacked wizarding communities with terrifying frequency. The Ministry, finally forced to acknowledge what they'd denied for so long, descended into chaos. Fudge was replaced as minister, and Rufus Scrimgeour took control, declaring martial law and mandatory military training for all wizards over 17. Harry spent those months at Grimmauld Place, working directly with the Order. They'd identified 4 of the 7 Horcruxes. 2 had already been destroyed. But finding the remaining ones proved exponentially more difficult. The objects were hidden in places of power and significance to Voldemort, protected by curses and dark magic that required weeks of careful study to circumvent. Luna arrived at the house in early July. Her father had been attacked by Death Eaters after refusing to publish propaganda in his magazine. He'd survived, but the message was clear: no one was safe. The Order had invited both Luna and her father to join their cause. Xenophilius had agreed, and he was now working with the unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries, trying to understand the nature of the Horcruxes from a theoretical standpoint. Father says the Horcruxes exist in a state between life and death, Luna explained to Harry as they sat in the headquarters library. They're anchored to the physical world but sustained by dark magic. Destroying them will require us to break that anchor. Not just the object itself, but the magical binding that connects it to Voldemort's soul. Dumbledore said that only certain methods can destroy them, Harry replied. Fire, basilisk venom, fiend fire. But we need the other three to find them first. I've been having visions, Luna said quietly. Not dreams this time, real visions, with specific images. I see a locket, a cup, a diadem, and I see them in places that feel wrong. Places where dark magic has twisted reality. Harry sat up straighter. Have you told Dumbledore? I wanted to tell you first, Luna said. These visions feel different than usual. Like they're being sent to me intentionally. Like someone is showing me where the Horcruxes are. Who would do that? Luna's expression grew thoughtful. I don't know. But Harry, I think you need to know something about our bond. Something I've only recently begun to understand. She stood and led him to a mirror. When they looked into it together, Harry saw something extraordinary. Their bond was visible as a silver-gold thread connecting their hearts. But the thread didn't just connect them, it extended outward, branching and reaching toward others they cared about. Ron and Hermione, the Order members, the members of Dumbledore's army. Their bond was somehow creating connections between other people as well. It's radiating outward, Luna explained. Our love, our commitment. It's creating a network of protection and understanding among everyone we care about. That's why the DA has been so effective. That's why people are willing to stand together even in fear. Your bond with me is amplifying everyone's ability to trust each other, to work together. Is that why you're having these visions? Harry asked. Because of our bond. I think so, Luna replied. I think our bond is drawing me toward what matters most. Drawing me toward the objects and places where Voldemort's soul fragments are hidden. Like our magic knows what needs to be done and is guiding us toward it. Over the next weeks, Luna's visions became clearer. One by one, she identified the locations of 3 more Horcruxes, a locket hidden in a cave protected by dark magic, a cup kept in a high-security vault at Gringotts, and a diadem hidden in the Room of Requirement itself, in a place that had been sealed for centuries. The one in the Room of Requirement is most accessible, Bill Weasley observed during one planning session. But retrieving it would require us to return to Hogwarts. Umbridge's security has been increased. The Ministry has stationed Aurors there to prevent gatherings of students. Then we return anyway, Sirius said firmly. We return to Hogwarts, we retrieve the diadem, and we take it from there. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The time has come, he said finally. We can no longer hide and prepare. We must act. Harry, Luna, are you prepared for what this will require? Harry and Luna exchanged glances. Through their bond, they communicated wordlessly, confirming their readiness. We are, Harry said. When do we leave? Tomorrow, Dumbledore replied. We go to Hogwarts not as students but as soldiers. It's time the Ministry understood that their occupation of our school has ended. The journey to Hogwarts the next day was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Instead of the Hogwarts Express, they traveled by magical means, apparition, portkeys, even a borrowed Thestral-drawn carriage. The Order members moved with military precision, each one knowing their role. Dumbledore led them with quiet authority, his presence alone enough to inspire confidence. When they arrived at the castle gates, they found them sealed. Ministry Aurors stood guard, their wands drawn. Dumbledore, one Auror called out. You're not authorized to enter. I am headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied calmly. This is my school. This has always been my school. And I'm here to reclaim it. He raised his wand, and the gates exploded outward. Not destroyed, but opening, the wards that had been reinforced by Ministry magic shattering like glass before the headmaster's superior power. The Aurors tried to stop them, but they were vastly outnumbered. The Order moved through them with minimal violence, incapacitating where necessary but trying to avoid death. The entire assault lasted less than 10 minutes. But that was just the beginning. As word spread through Hogwarts that Dumbledore had returned and retaken the castle, something extraordinary happened. Students emerged from their dormitories, all the members of Dumbledore's army, hundreds of them, wands raised. They'd been waiting for this moment, ready to defend their school, ready to join the fight. Luna immediately moved to coordinate with them, her calm presence and clear instructions helping hundreds of frightened young witches and wizards transform into a functioning defensive force. Harry found himself working alongside Order members, coordinating defenses at key points in the castle. But his real attention was focused on the Room of Requirement. That was where the diadem was hidden. That was where they needed to go. As night fell on Hogwarts, something changed. A massive magical surge rippled across the grounds. Dark and terrible and unmistakably Voldemort's presence. He had sensed the loss of his hold over Hogwarts. And he was coming. He's gathering his forces, Dumbledore said grimly, standing with Harry and Luna in the castle entrance. The Death Eaters will be here within the hour. This is it, Harry. This is the moment we've been preparing for. What about the diadem? Harry asked. We have to get it now, Dumbledore replied. Before he arrives. They raced through Hogwarts corridors with a small team, Sirius, Bill, Tonks, Remus, and of course Luna. The Room of Requirement appeared when they paced before it, manifesting a door carved with symbols of protection and sealing. Inside was magnificent and terrible. An enormous chamber filled with objects of dark magic. Books bound in human skin. Artifacts carved from bone. And in the center, floating above an altar of black stone, the diadem. Ravenclaw's lost diadem, transformed into a Horcrux, glowing with sickly dark energy. Basilisk venom, Luna said. That's what will destroy it. The venom is already present. Basilisk scales have been used in the binding magic. Harry approached the diadem, feeling the wrongness radiating from it. This object contained a piece of Voldemort's soul. Destroying it would harm the Dark Lord himself in ways that mere injury couldn't. He raised his wand. Fiendfire. The curse, dark magic born of desperation, erupted from his wand in flames of impossible heat and color. The diadem shrieked, an agonized sound that seemed to come from the object itself. The dark magic binding it cracked, fractured, and then shattered. The diadem dissolved into ash and shadow. At that exact moment, Harry felt it through his bond with Luna. Voldemort's pain. A scream of anguish and rage that echoed through the magical network connecting all living things. One of his Horcruxes destroyed. A piece of his soul annihilated. But there wasn't time to process that. Dumbledore was already moving them out of the room. Come, we must reach the higher towers. That's where he'll strike first. They rushed through Hogwarts as the night outside erupted in violence. Death Eaters were attacking the castle, their dark magic tearing at the wards. Students and Order members engaged them in desperate combat. The sound of spells, screams, explosions, all of it blended into a cacophony of war. Harry and Luna fought side by side, their combined magic devastating. Every spell they cast was amplified by their bond, more powerful than any single wizard could manage. They protected Dumbledore and the others as they moved toward the astronomy tower. But more Death Eaters kept coming, waves of them, as if Voldemort had brought every single follower he possessed. On the astronomy tower, they finally stopped running. Dumbledore turned to face the Death Eaters who'd cornered them. And there, at the center of the Dark Wizard Assembly, was Voldemort himself. He looked more powerful than he had in the graveyard. More real. More present. But there was something different about him too. He bore scars now, spiritual scars from the destruction of his Horcruxes. A piece of his soul was missing, and it showed in his aura. Harry Potter, Voldemort hissed. And the Lovegood girl. How perfect. I will enjoy breaking your bond before I kill you. I will enjoy watching her suffer as your connection tears apart. You won't, Luna said calmly. She stepped forward, positioning herself beside Harry. Our bond is stronger than you are. Stronger than your hate. Stronger than your desire to dominate. We choose each other. We choose love. And that will always be more powerful than what you represent. Voldemort laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Bold words from a child. Let me show you true power. He raised his wand, and the battle began in earnest. Dumbledore faced Voldemort directly, their magic creating explosions of light and shadow. Sirius, Bill, and the others fought the Death Eaters. But Harry's focus was on protecting Luna. Together, Luna said, their hands clasping. Our combined magic. Now, Harry understood. They were done playing defensively. They had been running from this moment for years. It was time to stop running. It was time to stand and fight with everything they had. They raised their wands together. And their bond flared to its maximum power. The silver-gold light that emanated from them was blinding. It filled the astronomy tower, filled Hogwarts, filled the very air around them. It was their love made manifest. Their commitment to each other and to the cause. Their refusal to accept defeat. When the light cleared, 3 Death Eaters had been completely annihilated. Others lay unconscious or dying from magical shock. But more importantly, Voldemort had been forced to his knees. The combined power of Harry and Luna's magic had broken through even his defenses. For the first time, Voldemort looked afraid. "Impossible," he gasped. "You're just children. You can't. You shouldn't be able to." "We are soul bonded," Luna said, her voice ringing with power. "Our magic is one. Our will is unified. And we will not let you destroy the world we love." Harry felt it then. A profound shift in the magical balance. The other Horcruxes were being destroyed simultaneously. Across Britain, in locations both known and unknown, the remaining vessels for Voldemort's soul were being targeted by Order members working in coordinated strikes. Each destruction tore another piece from the Dark Lord, weakening him further. "No," Voldemort screamed. "No, this cannot happen. I am immortal. I have prepared. I have." "You divided your soul too many times," Dumbledore said quietly, standing over the Dark Lord. "You created too many Horcruxes, believing that multiplication was strength. But in doing so, you fragmented yourself. Made yourself vulnerable. And now, with your remaining anchors destroyed, you are mortal again. Truly mortal." Voldemort's form began to disintegrate. Not in a blaze of magical fire, but slowly, as if he were aging centuries in moments. His body withered, his magic dissipated, his very presence fading from the world. When nothing remained but dust and the echo of his existence, the death mark disappeared from the sky. The connection between Voldemort and his followers was severed. The dark mark became just an old scar, meaningless and powerless. In that moment, silence fell over Hogwarts. The Death Eaters, feeling their master's death through their marks, fled in panic. The battle ended not with a flourish but with a simple cessation. One moment there was war. The next, there was only the sound of wind through broken castle windows and the distant cries of exhausted survivors. Harry and Luna stood together on the astronomy tower, their magic still intertwined, holding each other as the reality of what had happened began to settle over them. Voldemort was dead, truly dead. The war was over. Dumbledore placed a hand on each of their shoulders. "You did well. Both of you. The bond between your souls has proven to be more powerful than any dark magic. More powerful than fear itself. You have saved the wizarding world." But Harry barely heard the words. He was looking at Luna, seeing her with new eyes. She was no longer just the strange girl who'd stood by him through everything. She was a warrior, a leader, a woman of extraordinary power and courage. She was everything to him. And in the aftermath of battle, with the castle still burning in places and the dead being counted, Harry knew exactly what he wanted. "Luna," he said, taking both her hands. "I love you. I have loved you since the day you first believed in me. And I don't want to wait anymore. The war is over. We have a future now. Will you marry me? Properly, the way I promised. In front of everyone. Binding our souls not just magically but legally, officially, in every way." Luna's strange eyes filled with tears. "Yes," she said simply. "Yes, Harry. Yes to all of it. Yes to forever." He kissed her then, not caring that Order members were watching, not caring that Dumbledore was smiling knowingly, not caring about anything except this moment and this girl who had saved his life as surely as he had saved hers. In the months that followed, as Hogwarts was rebuilt and the wizarding world recovered, preparations began for the wedding of Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood. It was set for midsummer in the castle grounds, with representatives from every major wizarding family attending. The ministry offered to hold it at the ministry itself, but Harry refused. This was personal. This was theirs. The night before the wedding, Harry couldn't sleep. He wandered the castle corridors in the pre-dawn darkness and found Luna in the room of requirement, sitting among books and memories. She'd been recording everything they'd experienced. Everything they'd learned about soul bonds, about love, about the power that came from choosing someone and committing to them completely. "Can't sleep either?" Luna asked as Harry sat beside her. "Too nervous," Harry admitted. "What if I disappoint you? What if? Harry, Luna interrupted gently. We've survived a war together. We've destroyed Horcruxes. We've stood against the darkest wizard the world has ever known. You could never disappoint me. You've chosen me every single day since we bonded. Tomorrow, we simply make that choice public and legal. I love you, Harry whispered. I know, Luna replied. And I love you. That love is the most real thing in my life. Stronger than magic. Stronger than prophecy. Stronger than death itself. The wedding was perfect in its imperfection. Luna wore a dress woven from moonlight and starlight, a creation of impossible beauty that seemed to shift colors as she moved. Harry wore formal robes in deep green and silver, the colors of Ravenclaw united with Gryffindor. When they stood before the assembled witnesses, their hands joined, their bond blazing with power, everyone could see the connection between them. It was visible as a strand of light linking their hearts. A binding that transcended simple magic. Dumbledore performed the ceremony, reading passages from ancient texts about soul bonds and true love. Ron stood beside Harry, tears streaming down his face. Hermione stood beside Luna, looking proud and happy. Sirius, Bill, Tonks, Remus, all the people who had fought beside them, who had believed in them, witnessed the binding. When it was done, when the magical words had been spoken and the binding confirmed by the Wizengamot observers present, Harry and Luna were no longer just bonded. They were married. Legally, magically, officially. For the rest of their lives and beyond, they were bound to each other. The celebration that followed lasted through the night. There was music and dancing, food and laughter. In that moment, surrounded by people they loved and who loved them, it was possible to forget the scars of war. To imagine a future where peace was permanent. Where love could grow and flourish without fear of darkness. Late in the evening, Harry and Luna stole away to the astronomy tower. They stood together looking out over Hogwarts grounds, watching the stars emerge as night deepened. Through their bond, they felt each other completely, not just emotionally or magically, but fundamentally. Two souls woven into one tapestry, distinct but inseparable. Two separate threads that had chosen to become one pattern. We did it, Luna said softly. We survived the war. We found each other. We changed the world. We did, Harry agreed. But that's not why I'm happy. I'm happy because I get to spend my life with you. Because I get to wake up every morning and choose you again. Because no matter what comes next, I know I won't face it alone. Luna turned to him, her eyes reflecting starlight. Whatever comes next will be different. Peaceful, maybe. Challenging, perhaps. But good. It will all be good because we'll be together. Harry pulled her close, and they stood on the tower as the night deepened around them. War was over. The darkness had been vanquished. And in its place, something precious had emerged. Hope. Love. A future worth living for. Two souls who had found each other in darkness and chosen to spend their lives creating light. The story of Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood was no longer a story of survival. It was a story of triumph. Of two people choosing each other across impossible odds. Of magic that transcended prophecy and fate. Of love as the ultimate power in the universe. And as they stood beneath the stars, bound together by bonds both magical and true, they knew with absolute certainty that their story, their real story, was only just beginning. The future stretched before them, uncertain but full of possibility. And they would face it together. Always together. Bound by magic, bound by choice, bound by love. Forever. The morning after their wedding, Harry woke to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows. For a moment, disoriented, he couldn't remember where he was. Then Luna's presence flooded through their bond, warm and content, and he remembered. They'd taken a cottage in the Scottish Highlands for their honeymoon. A place far from the wizarding world, far from responsibilities, far from everything except each other. Luna lay beside him, her silvery hair spread across the pillow like moonlight made tangible. Her eyes were open, watching him with that distinctive dreamy expression that had first captivated him years ago. "Good morning, husband," she said softly. "Good morning, wife," Harry replied, still marveling at the words. Husband and wife. Not just bonded, but married. Officially, legally, in every way that mattered. They spent the morning in comfortable silence. Luna made tea while Harry prepared breakfast, or tried to. His cooking skills remained limited despite years away from the Dursleys. They ate on the cottage porch, watching the Highland mist roll across the hills. "What do you want to do today?" Luna asked. "Nothing," Harry said immediately. Absolutely nothing. No battles, no missions, no responsibilities. Just this. Luna smiled. I think I can manage that. But doing nothing proved harder than Harry expected. After years of constant danger and activity, peace felt strange. By noon, he found himself pacing the cottage, restless and unsettled. Luna watched from her chair, her expression knowing. You're not used to quiet, she observed. Your mind keeps searching for threats that aren't there. How do you do it? Harry asked. How do you just exist peacefully? Luna set down her book. I don't, always. Sometimes my mind races too. Sometimes I wake up expecting Death Eaters or danger. But Harry, we earned this peace. We fought for it. Now we have to learn to live in it. Over the following days, they developed a rhythm. Morning walks through the Highland wilderness. Afternoons spent reading or practicing magic together. Evenings cooking dinner and talking about everything and nothing. Slowly, Harry's restlessness began to fade. He learned to appreciate silence, to value stillness. But healing wasn't linear. One night, Harry woke screaming from a nightmare. He dreamed of the graveyard, of Cedric's death, of Voldemort's resurrection. Luna was there immediately, holding him, sending waves of calm through their bond. It's all right, she murmured. You're safe. It was just a dream. It felt so real, Harry gasped. I could smell the graveyard, hear Voldemort's voice. Luna, what if he's not really gone? What if he's gone? Luna said firmly. We destroyed all his Horcruxes. Dumbledore confirmed his death. Your nightmares are just your mind processing trauma. They'll fade with time. Harry wasn't so sure. The dreams continued for weeks. Sometimes they were about Voldemort. Sometimes about Umbridge's torture. Sometimes about battles at Hogwarts where his friends died in ways they hadn't in reality. Each time, Luna was there, anchoring him to the present. Maybe I should see someone, Harry said one morning after a particularly bad night. A mind healer or something. That's a good idea, Luna agreed. Trauma doesn't just disappear because the war ended. You need help processing it. When they returned to the Wizarding World a month later, Harry began regular sessions with a mind healer named Drive. Callista Marsh. She specialized in treating war veterans and understood the unique challenges faced by those who'd fought Voldemort. Your nightmares are normal, Drive. Marsh explained during their first session. You experienced repeated life-threatening situations while still developing emotionally. Your brain is trying to make sense of experiences that shouldn't happen to anyone, let alone a teenager. How do I make them stop? Harry asked. You probably won't completely, Drive. Marsh replied honestly. But you can learn to manage them. To reduce their frequency and intensity. It takes time and work. Luna attended some sessions with him. Dr. Marsh explained how their soul bond complicated Harry's healing. Because Luna felt his emotions so intensely through their connection, his trauma affected her too. They needed to learn to maintain healthy boundaries even within their bond. You can support each other without absorbing each other's pain, Drive. Marsh said. Think of it as being present for someone without becoming them. Luna, you can comfort Harry without experiencing his nightmares as if they were your own. Learning this balance took months. They practiced meditation techniques, grounding exercises, ways to strengthen their individual identities while maintaining their bond connection. Gradually, Harry's nightmares became less frequent. Luna stopped waking in sympathetic panic when he had them. But healing involved more than just managing nightmares. It meant rebuilding their lives in a world without war. Harry had spent his entire adolescence preparing to fight Voldemort. Now, at 17, he had to figure out who he was beyond that. I don't know what I want to do, Harry admitted to Luna one evening. They'd moved into a small flat in London, close to Diagon Alley. Everyone expects me to become an Auror. But the thought of more fighting, more danger. I don't think I can. Then don't, Luna said simply. Harry, you've earned the right to choose your own path. You don't owe anyone a specific future. What if I disappoint people? Then they'll be disappointed, Luna replied. But their expectations aren't your responsibility. What do you want to do? If you could do anything, without worrying about what others think. Harry considered. I want to teach, he said slowly. I loved leading the DA. Watching students learn, seeing them gain confidence. I want to do that professionally. Luna's smile was radiant. Then teach. Hogwarts will need defense against the dark arts professors. Or you could start your own school. Or work with the ministry's education department. The idea took root. Over the next months, Harry explored his options. He completed accelerated training in educational theory. He worked as a substitute teacher at Hogwarts, filling in when regular professors needed time off. And he discovered that teaching brought him joy in a way nothing else did. Luna pursued her own path. She'd always been fascinated by magical creatures, particularly obscure or misunderstood ones. She began working with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, advocating for better protections and studying species that most wizards dismissed as imaginary. Just because most people can't see them doesn't mean they don't exist, Luna insisted. She published articles in academic journals, challenging conventional wisdom about magical creature classification. Some scholars dismissed her work. Others found it revolutionary. Their careers gave them purpose beyond their bond. They were individuals with separate interests and goals. But they came together each evening, sharing their days, supporting each other's ambitions. The bond made them one in many ways, but they remained two distinct people with their own dreams. Ron and Hermione visited often. Ron had joined the Auror program and seemed to thrive in it. Hermione worked in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, pushing for reforms to laws that discriminated against magical creatures and Muggle-borns. The four of them spent countless evenings together, reminiscing about their school days and planning their futures. "Have you thought about children?" Hermione asked Luna one evening while the men were in another room. Luna's hand unconsciously moved to her stomach. "We've discussed it. Harry wants a family eventually. So do I. But we're still young. Still healing. It doesn't feel like the right time yet. When will it be the right time?" Hermione pressed gently. "When we've built a world worth bringing children into," Luna replied. "When we've healed enough to be good parents. When we're ready to share our bond with another person." That conversation stayed with Luna. That night, she broached the subject with Harry. Hermione asked about children today. Harry looked up from the book he'd been reading. "What did you tell her?" "That we're not ready." "But Harry, do you want children? Really want them?" Harry set his book aside. "I do. Someday. I want to give children the childhood I never had. A home filled with love and safety. Parents who are present and attentive. But you're right, we're not ready yet. We're still figuring out how to be married, how to live in peace." 5 years, Luna said. "Let's give ourselves 5 years. To heal, to build our careers, to simply be young together. Then we'll revisit the question." 5 years, Harry agreed. Through their bond, he felt her relief and gratitude. As autumn turned to winter, Harry and Luna found their rhythm as a married couple. They learned each other's quirks and habits. Luna's tendency to leave books in strange places. Harry's habit of unconsciously summoning objects when he was thinking. They learned to fight productively, disagreeing without damaging their bond or relationship. They learned that love wasn't just the grand gestures but the small daily choices to be kind, patient, understanding. On the first anniversary of Voldemort's defeat, the Ministry organized a memorial service. Harry and Luna attended, standing among hundreds of wizards who'd lost loved ones to the war. Names were read, candles were lit, and for the first time since it ended, Harry allowed himself to truly grieve. He grieved for Cedric, killed simply for being in the wrong place. For the Muggles who'd died not understanding why. For the wizards who'd fought bravely and fallen. For everyone who'd been touched by Voldemort's darkness. Luna stood beside him, her hand in his, tears streaming down her face. They grieved together, bonded in sorrow as they were bonded in joy. That night, lying in bed, Harry spoke words he'd never voiced before. "I'm glad it was me. That I was the one to face Voldemort. Because if someone else had been the boy who lived, they wouldn't have had you. And without you, I don't think anyone could have won." "We won together," Luna corrected gently. "Not you alone, not me alone. Together." "Together," Harry echoed. And through their bond, they reinforced the truth. They were stronger together than apart. The war had proven it. Now peace would too. As winter deepened and the first year of their marriage drew to a close, Harry and Luna stood at their window watching snow fall over London. The city lights reflected off the snow, creating a magical glow. In the distance, they could see the outline of the Ministry building, the Dome of Gringotts. The wizarding world they'd saved. "Do you have any regrets?" Luna asked quietly. Harry thought carefully. "No. Everything that happened, the good and the bad, led us here." led us to each other. I wouldn't change any of it. Neither would I, Luna agreed. She leaned against him, and he wrapped his arms around her. Through their bond, their magic mingled, warm and comfortable and utterly right. They'd survived war. They were learning to thrive in peace. They had their whole lives ahead of them. And whatever challenges came, whatever joys or sorrows the future held, they would face it as they'd always faced everything, together, bonded by magic and love and choice. Two souls who'd found each other in darkness and built a life in the light. The snow continued to fall, blanketing the city in white. And Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood stood together at their window, watching the world transform, knowing that their own transformation was still ongoing. Healing, growing, becoming. Not the people the war had made them, but the people they chose to be. Together. Always together. Chapter 12. Building a Future. Harry's appointment as Assistant Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts came through in early spring. He would begin teaching the following school year, working under Professor McGonagall's supervision as she'd taken over the position after the previous professor retired. The news filled Harry with excitement and terror in equal measure. What if I'm terrible at it? Harry asked Luna the night he received his acceptance letter. What if the students don't respect me because I'm so young? Luna looked up from the drawing she'd been working on, a detailed sketch of a creature she called a blibbering humdinger. Harry, you taught Dumbledore's army when you were 15. You've already proven you can teach effectively. The students will respect you because you've earned it. That was different, Harry argued. The DA was voluntary. These students will have to attend my classes whether they want or not. Then you'll make them want to, Luna said confidently. She set aside her drawing and moved to sit beside him. You have a gift for connecting with people, for making complex magic understandable. Trust yourself. Harry wanted to believe her. Over the summer, he prepared obsessively. He developed lesson plans for every year, created demonstrations of defensive spells, read every text on educational theory he could find. Luna watched his preparations with amusement and affection. You're going to be brilliant, she assured him repeatedly. Stop worrying. When September arrived, Harry found himself standing in front of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, facing 35th-year students. Some looked skeptical. Others seemed odd. A few appeared bored. Harry took a deep breath, feeling Luna's supportive presence through their bond even though she was miles away at the ministry. I'm Professor Potter, Harry began. And I'm not going to pretend I'm a typical teacher. I'm 19 years old. Some of you probably have older siblings who went to school with me. But I've faced more dark magic than most professional aurors. I've fought Death Eaters. I've survived the killing curse twice. And I'm going to teach you not just to defend yourselves, but to understand why defense matters. The skepticism in some faces began to fade. Harry launched into his first lesson, not dry theory from textbooks, but practical demonstrations of how defensive spells worked and why certain wand movements created specific effects. By the end of class, even the bored students were engaged. Teaching, Harry discovered, was exhausting and exhilarating. Each class presented new challenges. Some students grasped concepts immediately. Others struggled and needed patient, individualized instruction. But Harry loved it. He loved seeing understanding dawn in students' eyes. He loved the moment when someone who'd been struggling finally succeeded at casting a spell correctly. Luna had taken on additional responsibilities at the ministry. Her research into obscure magical creatures had gained attention. She was leading expeditions to remote locations, documenting species that had never been properly studied. Some weeks, she was gone for days at a time, traveling to forests or mountains or underwater caverns. The separations were difficult. Even with their bond connecting them, physical distance created strain. Harry missed her presence. Luna missed the everyday intimacy of shared meals and conversations. But they both understood that their individual work mattered. They were building something beyond just their relationship, they were building meaningful lives. Tell me about your expedition, Harry said one evening when Luna returned from a week in the Amazon rainforest. Luna's eyes lit up. Harry, it was extraordinary. We found a colony of swooping fairy moths. They're nocturnal creatures that most people think are just regular moths. But they have rudimentary intelligence and can communicate through bioluminescent patterns. We spent 3 nights documenting their language. Harry listened, fascinated not just by the creatures but by Luna's passion. This was what she was meant to do. And he wouldn't dream of asking her to stop, no matter how much he missed her while she was gone. By Christmas break, they'd settled into a comfortable pattern. Harry taught during the school year, coming home to their London flat on weekends. Luna scheduled her expeditions during school holidays when she could, so they could travel together sometimes. When they were both home, they made the most of their time together. The ministry announced a new initiative that winter, the Magical Education Reform Act. It mandated updated curricula across all subjects, with special focus on dark magic defense and creature welfare. Harry and Luna both found themselves pulled into the planning. "They want you to head the Committee for Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum," McGonagall told Harry during a meeting at Hogwarts. "Your teaching methods have been getting attention. The ministry wants to standardize them across all schools." Harry felt overwhelmed. "I'm barely managing one classroom. How can I develop curriculum for the entire country?" "You won't be doing it alone," McGonagall assured him. "You'll have a team. But Harry, your perspective is valuable. You understand dark magic from direct experience. That's what makes your teaching effective." Harry accepted the position. Over the next months, he worked with a committee of educators, Aurors, and ministry officials to redesign how defense against the dark arts was taught. They moved away from pure theory toward practical application. They incorporated psychological preparation for facing real threats. They made the subject relevant rather than abstract. Luna served on a parallel committee for care of magical creatures. She pushed for curriculum that challenged students' assumptions about which creatures were dangerous and which were misunderstood. She faced significant resistance from traditionalists who believed in maintaining established classifications. "They're afraid of change," Luna told Harry after a particularly contentious meeting. "They'd rather teach outdated information than admit they might have been wrong." "Keep pushing," Harry encouraged. "You're right. I know you're right. Eventually they'll see it too." The reform process took over a year. There were heated debates, political maneuvering, compromises that neither Harry nor Luna were entirely happy with. But when the new curricula were finally approved, they represented significant progress. Students would be better prepared for a world where dark magic existed. Magical creatures would be treated with more nuance and respect. "We did it," Luna said the night the reforms were officially ratified. They celebrated with champagne in their flat. "We changed how an entire generation will be educated. We make a good team," Harry replied. Through their bond, he felt her pride and satisfaction mirroring his own. As their second anniversary approached, Harry found himself thinking more about the future. They'd accomplished so much in 2 years. They'd built careers they loved. They'd contributed to rebuilding the wizarding world. But something was missing. Or rather, someone. "Luna," Harry said one evening. "Remember when we said we'd wait 5 years before having children?" Luna set down the journal she'd been writing in. "Yes. What if we didn't wait that long?" Harry said carefully. "What if we started trying sooner? Not immediately, but maybe in another year or so." Luna was quiet, her eyes searching his face. Through their bond, Harry felt her complicated emotions: excitement, fear, longing, uncertainty. "I thought you wanted more time," she said finally. "I did. But Luna, we're healing. We're building good lives. And I keep thinking about the future. About a child who would have both parents. Who would grow up in peace. Who would be wanted and loved. I want that. With you." Luna moved to sit beside him. "I want it too. But Harry, children would change everything. My fieldwork would have to be curtailed. Your teaching would be complicated by parenting. We'd have less time for just us." "I know," Harry said. "And I'm not saying we should do it tomorrow. But maybe we could start thinking about it seriously. Planning for it." Luna nodded slowly. 3 years. Not 5, but 3. That gives us 1 more year of the life we have now. Then we start trying. Does that sound reasonable?" "More than reasonable," Harry agreed. Through their bond, he felt her peace with the decision. The 3rd year of their marriage brought changes they hadn't anticipated. Hermione announced her engagement to Ron, setting off a flurry of wedding planning. Sirius, who'd been living alone since the war ended, began dating a witch named Calliope who worked at the ministry. The world around Harry and Luna continued to evolve. Harry's teaching had become so successful that Hogwarts offered him a promotion, head of defense against the dark arts, with full professorship and department leadership. He accepted, which meant taking on additional responsibilities but also gaining more influence over how the subject was taught. Luna's creature research led to the discovery of a new species, a small, luminescent water-dwelling creature she named the Lovegood sprite in honor of her mother. The discovery earned her recognition from the International Confederation of Wizards. She was invited to present her findings at conferences around the world. "We're becoming important people," Harry observed one evening. "When did that happen?" "When we stopped trying to be important and started trying to do work that mattered," Luna replied. "Importance is a side effect, not a goal." Ron and Hermione's wedding took place in June, a beautiful ceremony at the Burrow. Harry served as Ron's best man. Luna was one of Hermione's bridesmaids. Standing there, watching his two best friends pledge their lives to each other, Harry felt overwhelmed with gratitude. They'd all survived. They'd all found love. They'd all built futures worth living. "We're next," Luna whispered during the reception. She was 3 glasses of wine in, slightly tipsy and more talkative than usual. "Next for what?" Harry asked, amused. "To have children," Luna clarified. "We agreed. 3 years. It's been almost 3 years." Harry felt his heart skip. "Are you saying?" "I'm saying I'm ready," Luna interrupted. "If you are, let's start trying. Let's create a life together." Literally. Harry pulled her close, his mind racing. A child. Their child. Half him, half her. A perfect blend of their magic and their love. "Yes," he said. "Let's do it." That night, they made love with new intentionality. Not just expressing their bond, but consciously trying to create something new. To bring a child into the world. To become parents. The months that followed were filled with hope and anxiety. Luna tracked her cycles obsessively. Harry read every book on magical pregnancy he could find. They consulted healers about optimizing their chances. And each month when Luna's cycle arrived, they felt disappointment but also renewed determination. "It will happen," Luna assured Harry after the 4th failed month. "Magic knows when the time is right." In their 4th year of marriage, as autumn painted the Hogwarts grounds in shades of gold and red, Luna missed her cycle. Then another week passed. Then 2. "I'm late," she told Harry one morning. "I'm never late." They went to St. Mungo's that afternoon. The healer performed tests, her wand tracing patterns over Luna's abdomen. And then she smiled. "Congratulations," the healer said. "You're pregnant." About 6 weeks along, the world seemed to stop. Harry stared at Luna, seeing her with new eyes. She wasn't just his wife, his bonded mate. She was carrying their child. Their future, made manifest. Through their bond, he felt Luna's overwhelming joy and terror. He sent back his own emotions, love, pride, absolute commitment. "We're having a baby," Luna whispered. "We're having a baby," Harry echoed. And in that moment, standing in a healer's office at St. Mungo's, their future crystallized. They weren't just Harry and Luna anymore. They were becoming a family. The war had ended. Peace had been built. Healing had progressed. And now, life would continue. A new generation. A new beginning. A child. Born from love and magic and hope. Through their bond, their joy magnified and echoed, creating a resonance that seemed to fill the entire hospital. Healers looked up, sensing something powerful and beautiful in the air. Love made manifest. Magic given form. The future, arriving right on schedule. Chapter 13. Expecting miracles. The pregnancy changed everything and nothing simultaneously. Luna continued her research work, though she scaled back expeditions to locations that were particularly remote or dangerous. Harry taught his classes with renewed energy, knowing he was building a world his child would inherit. And between them, through their bond, they felt the growing life, a third presence, faint but unmistakable. "Can you feel it?" Luna asked one evening. They lay in bed, Harry's hand resting on her still flat stomach. "I feel something," Harry admitted. "Like a whisper. Or a distant light. Is that the baby?" "That's our daughter," Luna said with certainty. Harry's breath caught. "Daughter. You know it's a girl." "I know," Luna replied simply. "I've known since the moment I conceived. She's strong, Harry. Her magic is already forming. I can sense it." The healers confirmed Luna's intuition at 12 weeks. They were having a daughter. Harry felt emotions he couldn't name, joy, fear, overwhelming responsibility. He was going to be a father. To a little girl who would depend on him completely. "What should we name her?" Luna asked. They spent weeks considering options. Traditional names from Harry's family. Creative names Luna invented. Names from magical history. Nothing seemed quite right until one evening when Luna was reading an old book of fairy tales. Lyra, she said suddenly. Her name should be Lyra. Harry tested the name in his mind. Lyra Potter. It felt right, musical and strong and unique, like Luna herself. Lyra, Harry agreed. I love it. The pregnancy progressed smoothly at first. Luna experienced typical symptoms, morning sickness that lasted well into the afternoon, heightened magical sensitivity, unusual cravings. Harry did his best to accommodate her needs. He learned to cook meals that wouldn't upset her stomach. He cast cooling charms when she felt overheated. He rubbed her feet and listened when she needed to talk. But around 5 months, complications emerged. Luna's magic began fluctuating wildly. One day she'd be able to perform complex spells with ease. The next, she struggled with simple charms. The healers were concerned. Magical pregnancy can be unpredictable, their primary healer explained. Especially with a child conceived by soul-bonded parents. Your magic is intertwined, and the baby is drawing on both of your magical cores. It's creating unusual interactions. Is she in danger? Harry demanded. Is the baby in danger? Not immediately, the healer assured him. But we need to monitor closely. Mrs. Potter, you'll need to come in for weekly checkups. And Mr. Potter, you may need to provide magical support if her core becomes too depleted. The next months were tense. Luna's magic continued to fluctuate. Some days she felt wonderful. Others, she was so drained she could barely get out of bed. Harry poured his own magic into her through their bond, trying to stabilize her. But it was exhausting for both of them. I'm sorry, Luna whispered one particularly bad night. She'd spent the day in bed, too weak to even read. I'm sorry I'm so weak. You're not weak, Harry said fiercely. You're growing a human being inside you. You're performing literal magic. Don't apologize for that. Hermione visited often. She'd been researching magical pregnancy extensively, partly to help Luna, partly because she and Ron were considering starting their own family. She brought books, potions, and most importantly, her steadfast friendship. The fluctuations should stabilize in the 3rd trimester, Hermione assured them. Most magical pregnancies follow this pattern. It's the middle months that are hardest. She was right. Around 7 months, Luna's magic began to stabilize. The wild fluctuations mellowed into a consistent, slightly reduced magical capacity. She regained energy. The color returned to her cheeks. And most excitingly, Lyra began to move. The first time Harry felt his daughter kick, he cried. Luna placed his hand on her swollen belly, and there, a flutter, then a distinct push. Life. His child. Moving, growing, preparing to enter the world. Hello, Lyra, Harry whispered to Luna's stomach. I'm your dad. I can't wait to meet you. Through their bond, Harry felt Luna's overwhelming love and contentment. Despite the difficulties, despite the complications, this was what she wanted. What they both wanted. As Luna's due date approached, they prepared the nursery in their expanded flat. They'd found a larger place with an extra bedroom, perfect for a baby. Luna insisted on decorating it with murals of magical creatures. Harry added protective wards so strong that no dark magic could penetrate the room. Together, they created a space that was safe and magical and filled with love. The birth happened 2 weeks early. Luna woke Harry at 3 in the morning, her hand on his shoulder. It's time, she said calmly. Contractions started an hour ago. They're 5 minutes apart. Harry scrambled out of bed, suddenly wide awake and terrified. We need to go to St. Mungo's. Now. Where's your bag? Did you pack everything? Should I flow or apparate or? Harry, Luna interrupted gently. Breathe. We have time. First babies usually take a while. But Lyra Potter apparently had no interest in following typical timelines. They arrived at St. Mungo's at 4 in the morning. By 6, Luna was in active labor. By 8, she was ready to push. Harry stayed by her side through all of it. He held her hand when the pain became overwhelming. He fed her ice chips between contractions. He let her squeeze his hand so hard he thought the bones might break. And when the healer said it was time, he watched in awe as Luna gathered her strength for the final push. The sound of a baby crying filled the delivery room. Harry felt tears streaming down his face before he even saw her. The healer placed the tiny, perfect bundle on Luna's chest. She's here, Luna breathed. Lyra's here. Harry looked at his daughter for the first time. She was impossibly small, with a dusting of dark hair and Luna's distinctive eyes. Her little fists waved in the air, and her cries gradually subsided as she felt her mother's warmth. "She's perfect," Harry whispered. "Luna, she's absolutely perfect." Through their bond, Harry felt something shift. The connection that had existed between just the two of them expanded. Now it included a third presence, Lyra. Faint but unmistakable, their daughter's magic reached toward theirs, seeking connection and comfort. "She's bonding with us," Luna said with wonder. "Harry, she's creating her own connections to our bond." The healers had mentioned this possibility. Children born to soul-bonded parents sometimes developed partial bonds with their parents, not as deep as romantic soul bonds, but significant nonetheless. It would allow them to sense Lyra's emotions and needs, to provide comfort through magic as well as physical care. Over the next hours, visitors arrived. Ron and Hermione came first, bearing gifts and congratulations. Hermione cried when she held Lyra. Ron looked terrified of dropping the tiny baby. Sirius and Calliope visited, bringing flowers and promises of spoiling the baby thoroughly. Mr. Lovegood arrived with a handmade mobile of magical creatures for Lyra's nursery. Through it all, Harry couldn't take his eyes off his daughter. Every tiny movement, every small sound, it was all miraculous. This person hadn't existed 6 months ago. Now she was here, real and perfect and his. That night, after the visitors left and Luna had fallen into exhausted sleep, Harry held Lyra by the hospital window. Outside, London glittered with lights. The wizarding world they'd fought to save. "I promise," Harry whispered to his sleeping daughter, "that you'll never know the kind of childhood I had. You'll be loved. You'll be safe. You'll grow up knowing exactly how wanted you are. Your mother and I will make sure of that." Lyra made a small sound in her sleep, and Harry felt his heart expand in a way he hadn't known was possible. This was love beyond anything he'd experienced. Not deeper than his love for Luna, but different. Primal. Protective. Absolute. They brought Lyra home 3 days later. The flat suddenly felt smaller and more chaotic. There were diapers to change, feedings every few hours, sleepless nights when Lyra cried and nothing seemed to soothe her. Harry and Luna took turns, supporting each other through the exhaustion. But there were also moments of perfect peace. Lyra sleeping on Harry's chest while he graded papers. Luna nursing their daughter while reading research journals. The three of them together in the nursery at 3 in the morning, exhausted but content. Harry's teaching load was reduced for the remainder of the school year, a parental accommodation the ministry had recently implemented. Luna took a full leave from fieldwork, focusing on writing and analysis she could do from home. They established routines, learned Lyra's rhythms, became parents. "She has your courage," Luna observed one evening. Lyra had just attempted to roll over at 3 months, far earlier than typical babies. "And your intuition," Harry replied. "She always knows when I'm stressed. She reaches for me. She's ours," Luna said simply. "The best of both of us." As Lyra grew from newborn to infant, her personality emerged. She was curious and fearless, reaching for everything, trying to explore beyond her physical capabilities. She laughed easily. She rarely cried unless genuinely distressed. And her magic was already evident, objects floating near her crib, lights brightening when she was happy, gentle warmth radiating from her when content. "She's going to be powerful," Hermione observed during one visit. Lyra, now 6 months old, had just accidentally levitated her stuffed hippogriff across the room. "She comes from a strong magical lineage," Luna said. "Both sides. And she was conceived by soul-bonded parents. The magic is amplified." Harry watched his daughter play, feeling overwhelming gratitude. This was what they'd fought for. Not just survival, but this. A future where children could be born in peace. Where families could grow without fear. Where love could flourish. On Lyra's first birthday, they held a small celebration. Ron and Hermione attended with their own news. Hermione was pregnant. Sirius and Calliope came, as did Mr. Lovegood and several of Harry's colleagues from Hogwarts. They sang, ate cake, watched Lyra smash her tiny fists into frosting. That night, after everyone had left and Lyra was asleep, Harry and Luna stood in her nursery doorway. "We did it," Luna whispered. "We made a person. We're raising her. We're actually being parents. Good parents," Harry added. "She's happy. She's healthy. She's loved." Luna leaned against him. I couldn't have done this alone. Neither could I, Harry replied. Through their bond, their love flowed freely. But we're not alone. We never have to be. They stood there watching their daughter sleep, two people who'd survived war and found peace. Who'd been broken and healed together. Who'd built a life worth living and brought new life into their world. The bond between them hummed contentedly. Strong, permanent, unbreakable. And in her crib, Lyra slept peacefully, dreaming baby dreams, surrounded by magic and love and the promise of a future brighter than either of her parents had dared imagine when they first met on that Hogwarts Express years ago. The darkness was behind them. Ahead lay only light, and love, and the continuing journey of a family bound together by more than blood, bound by choice, and magic, and the unshakable commitment to face every tomorrow together. Lyra's second year brought dramatic changes to the household. She'd begun toddling around the flat with determined persistence, getting into everything she could reach and many things she couldn't. Her magic was becoming more controlled, though still unpredictable. Toys would levitate when she reached for them. Lights would brighten when she laughed. Plants grew faster in her presence. And her vocabulary expanded daily, though most of her words came out in a delightful mix of common speech and sounds that only made sense to her parents. Da da da, Lyra would babble while pointing at Harry. Mama, 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 she'd cry when Luna returned from her office. The world was expanding in her perception, and she was discovering that her words had power to bring people close. Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione's daughter, Rose, had been born during the previous summer. The two families spent considerable time together, though Lyra and Rose were still too young to truly interact. Mostly they coexisted in the same space, occasionally grabbing at each other's toys or hair. I never thought I'd be managing a toddler while trying to reform ministry policies, Hermione admitted one afternoon. She'd returned to work part-time, balancing parenting with her passion for legal reform. You're doing brilliantly, Luna assured her. Both you and Ron. Parenting is just another skill we have to learn. But parenting, Harry was discovering, involved challenges no amount of preparation could fully address. One morning, Lyra woke screaming. Harry and Luna rushed to her room, their hearts pounding, fearing something terrible had happened. But Lyra was fine physically. Still, something was wrong. The child was terrified, reaching for them but also pushing away. Her magic was chaotic, causing the lights in her room to flicker wildly and objects to shake. Nightmare, the healer at St. Mungo's explained later. Some children, particularly those with strong magical connections to their parents, can experience shared trauma. She may have felt something through your bond, Mr. Potter, a memory or emotion. It frightened her. The discovery was troubling. Harry's nightmares had lessened significantly, but they still occurred. And apparently, Lyra could sense them through their partial bond. We need to be more careful, Harry said that evening. He and Luna were in their bedroom, discussing the implications. I can't just have nightmares anymore. It affects her. Then we manage it differently, Luna said practically. You shield more carefully before sleep. I can help buffer your emotions during difficult dreams. We adapt, like we always do. It was true. Every challenge they'd faced, they'd adapted. But this felt different. This wasn't about their relationship or even their individual healing. This was about protecting their child from the aftereffects of their trauma. Harry began working with Dr. Marsh again, specifically addressing how to shield Lyra from his more disturbing memories. He learned advanced mental protection techniques that would prevent his nightmares from bleeding through the bond. Luna developed meditation practices that helped her actively buffer any difficult emotions that did come through. It was difficult and required constant vigilance. But slowly, Lyra's nightmares decreased. She slept better. And Harry felt a new layer of responsibility settle on him, protecting his daughter not just physically but emotionally and magically. By Lyra's second birthday, Harry's teaching at Hogwarts had evolved significantly. His curriculum reforms had been so successful that the ministry asked him to develop training programs for Aurors. Suddenly, Harry found himself managing not just classroom teaching but also professional development across the entire wizarding law enforcement structure. They want to make you head of Auror training, McGonagall told him during a meeting. It's a significant position, very prestigious, but it would mean more time away from Hogwarts. Potentially relocating to London full-time. Harry was torn. He loved teaching at Hogwarts. But the opportunity to shape how Aurors were trained, to ensure they understood both the technical and psychological aspects of fighting dark magic, was incredibly appealing. Talk to Luna, McGonagall advised. These decisions shouldn't be made alone. Not anymore. Luna's response was immediate and supportive. You should do it, she said when he explained the opportunity. You've earned it. And Lyra and I can manage while you're in London. Your dream of working towards systemic change, this is exactly that. But I'd be away more, Harry protested. I'd miss time with you, with Lyra. You would, Luna agreed. But you wouldn't be choosing between us and your work. You'd be choosing to do work that matters. And Lyra needs to see that, to grow up understanding that her parents do meaningful things, that we contribute to our world. That's more valuable than having a parent who's physically present but emotionally unfulfilled. Harry accepted the position. It meant establishing a routine that worked for their unusual family structure. He would spend weekdays in London, working at Auror headquarters. He would return to the flat most evenings, having arranged his schedule to be home by dinner. Weekends, he was fully present with Luna and Lyra. In school years, he would maintain his teaching role at Hogwarts while overseeing Auror training through remote administration. It was complicated, but it worked. Luna focused on her research and writing. Lyra was cared for by a combination of daycare and magical nannies. And Harry did the work he was passionate about. But by Lyra's third birthday, the balance was becoming harder to maintain. Luna was pregnant again. Harry was working longer hours. And Lyra was growing into a child with her own complex needs and personality. We need to talk about permanent arrangements, Luna said one evening. She was about 6 months pregnant, carrying their second child, a son they'd decided to name Sirius, after Harry's beloved godfather. What kind of arrangements? Harry asked, though he suspected where this was going. I think we need to move, Luna said carefully. To London permanently. I can maintain my research from there, maybe work more closely with the London ministry offices. You could reduce your Hogwarts teaching. We'd be a more integrated family. Harry felt resistance rise in him. Hogwarts was home in a way nowhere else had ever been. The thought of leaving felt like abandonment. I know, Luna said, sensing his reluctance through their bond. But Harry, we can't keep splitting ourselves. Lyra needs both of us present. Our new son will need that too. And you need to stop feeling like you have to choose between your different lives. We consolidate. We become one unit instead of scattered pieces. Over the next weeks, they planned the transition. They found a larger home in London, a townhouse with plenty of space for growing family and Luna's office. Harry negotiated a new arrangement with Hogwarts where he would teach 3 days a week instead of full-time, with additional support from junior faculty. Luna secured a permanent position with the Ministry's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. By the time their son was born, they were ready to make the move. Sirius Potter entered the world in early autumn, with his father's black hair and Luna's distinctive eyes. He was larger than Lyra had been, with a stronger cry and more obvious magical presence. Another powerful one, the healer observed. You two certainly produce magical children. They moved into their new home a week after Sirius's birth. The townhouse was chaotic for months as they adjusted to new routines and a new family configuration. Lyra had to adapt to a new home, a new sibling, and her mother's divided attention. Sirius demanded constant care, and Harry and Luna found themselves coordinating childcare, work schedules, and household management with military precision. I miss the simplicity of pregnancy, Luna joked one evening. They were both exhausted, having been awake with Sirius for most of the night. When it was just us and the baby, and everything felt perfect and manageable. This will feel manageable again, Harry promised. Once we find our rhythm. He was right. By the time Sirius was 6 months old, routines had solidified. Lyra attended magical preschool 3 days a week. Sirius went with Luna to the office on her work days, allowing her to maintain her research schedule. Harry taught at Hogwarts Monday through Wednesday, then focused on Auror training Thursday through Friday. Weekends were family time. Their expanded family also meant expanded social circles. Ron and Hermione visited frequently with Rose. Sirius and Calliope became regular dinner guests. Hermione's brother, Charlie Weasley, who worked with dragons, became fascinated by Luna's creature research. Slowly, they'd built a community of people who supported their unconventional family structure. We're doing something right, Ron observed one evening. He was holding baby Sirius while Luna prepared dinner. Our kids are growing up with friends their age. Our partners are pursuing meaningful work. We're raising the next generation in peace. That's extraordinary. It's what we fought for, Hermione added. She sat on the floor with Lyra, helping the 3-year-old build a tower from enchanted blocks that changed color as they stacked. Harry felt gratitude wash over him. This was what they'd survived the war to achieve. Not just personal victory, but the ability to build normal lives. To have families and careers and friendships. To be happy. But not everything was simple. On Lyra's 4th birthday, Harry had a particularly severe nightmare. He woke gasping, his scar aching with phantom pain, the smell of the graveyard seemingly real in his nostrils. Through the bond, Luna was alert immediately, but she wasn't in their bed. She was in Sirius's room, having brought him to bed an hour earlier when he couldn't sleep. Harry tried to shield, tried to prevent the nightmare's aftermath from bleeding through their connection, but he was too disoriented. The panic and trauma leaked out. And from down the hall, Lyra screamed. Harry was up and moving, his heart pounding. He found Lyra standing in her doorway, her small face twisted in fear, her magic casting wild shadows throughout the upstairs hallway. Nightmare, she gasped. Scary thing. Scary place. Daddy hurt. Daddy scared. Oh, Lyra, Harry breathed. He picked up his daughter and held her close. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The nightmare wasn't real. I'm safe. You're safe. Everyone's safe. But even as he said it, he realized the problem. Lyra was 4 years old. She shouldn't be experiencing traumatic nightmares through her connection to her father. Shouldn't be burdened with his emotional aftermath. It was unfair. Cruel, even, in a way that broke his heart. Luna appeared in the hallway, Sirius in her arms, her expression understanding the situation immediately. Together, they brought both children to their bed. They soothed and comforted until all three were calm. But Harry's guilt was crushing. This is my fault, he said once the children were asleep. My trauma, my nightmares, I'm damaging them. No, Luna said firmly. Harry, listen to me. You're not damaging them. You're teaching them something vital, that even difficult emotions and experiences don't destroy us. That healing is possible. That love persists through fear. That's not damage, that's education in the most important subject. But they shouldn't have to carry my pain. They're not carrying it, Luna clarified. They're learning about it, learning to be compassionate toward it, learning that their parents are human and flawed and resilient. That's good parenting, Harry. That's showing them how to live. Still, Harry doubled down on his therapy work. He worked with Dr. Marsh on more advanced shielding. He meditated daily. He developed better sleep hygiene and began taking a potion that reduced nightmare frequency. He wasn't trying to hide his trauma from his children, but he was trying to manage it responsibly. Trying to protect them from the worst effects while still modeling authentic emotional experience. As autumn turned toward winter, Lyra's 4th year progressed. She was showing early signs of exceptional magical ability, and both Harry and Luna knew they'd need to be intentional about her education. Magical children with powerful families and natural aptitude could become either formidable forces for good or dangerous uncontrolled elements. The difference usually came down to proper training and guidance. We should hire a tutor, Luna suggested. Someone who can work with her magical development. Not formal schooling yet, she's too young. But teaching her focus and control. They found a retired Hogwarts professor named Iris Dalton, who specialized in teaching young witches and wizards to manage their natural abilities. Iris came to the house twice a week, and Lyra took to her immediately. Your daughter has remarkable instincts, Iris told Harry and Luna after her 3rd session. She doesn't cast spells the way most young witches do. She doesn't follow the learned patterns. Instead, she seems to feel the magic and direct it intuitively. It's quite unusual. That's from Luna's side, Harry said. She's always had intuitive magical sense. Possibly, Iris agreed. But I suspect she's also inherited something from you, Mr. Potter. That connection to powerful magic, the ability to do extraordinary things in moments of need. Your daughter may be a prodigy. You'll need to be very careful about how you nurture that. The prospect of having a prodigy for a daughter was both thrilling and terrifying. Harry had been marked from birth as special, the boy who lived. It had brought him nothing but trauma and responsibility. He didn't want that. For Lyra, We teach her that being gifted comes with responsibility, Luna said when they discussed it. But we also teach her that being gifted doesn't define her worth. She can choose what to do with her abilities. She has agency that you didn't have growing up. How do we do that? Harry asked. By modeling it, Luna replied simply. By showing her that we use our abilities for work we believe in. By helping her develop interests beyond magic. By ensuring she knows she's loved for who she is, not what she can do. The same way we'd raise any child, just with more attention to the magical component. As they entered the 5th year of their marriage, Harry and Luna had settled into a life that was fuller and more complex than either had imagined. They were parents of 2. They had meaningful careers. They had friend networks and family relationships. They had healed enough to build something truly good. And through it all, their soul bond remained the foundation. That essential connection that made everything else possible. That allowed them to be authentic and vulnerable and strong. That had begun on a Hogwarts train and would continue for the rest of their lives. Through everything. Together. Chapter 15. Testing Bonds. Sirius's first year of life brought new challenges that Harry and Luna hadn't fully anticipated. Unlike Lyra, who'd shown magical manifestations early but in relatively controlled ways, Sirius's magic was volatile. Objects would spontaneously break near him when he was upset. He once made it rain indoors when he was frustrated. And his emotional connection to his parents through their bond seemed to run even deeper than Lyra's. He's feeding off your emotions, Drive. Marsh explained during one of Harry's sessions. More intensely than his sister does. It's because his connection appears stronger, or perhaps because he's more sensitive by nature. Either way, his emotional regulation is being directly impacted by yours. So I need to be perfectly calm all the time? Harry asked bitterly. Never upset, never stressed, always in control. Not perfectly, Drive. Marsh clarified. But consciously aware. When you're stressed about work, practice grounding before going home. When you have a difficult day, process it before interacting with Sirius. It's not about suppressing emotion, it's about managing when and how your emotions flow through the bond to your children. Luna had developed similar techniques. She found that meditation helped her maintain emotional boundaries even while remaining connected to her children. She practiced consciously separating her emotions from theirs, allowing her to empathize without being overwhelmed. It's like a dam, Luna explained to Harry. We're not blocking the river, but we're managing the flow. We let our emotions through in healthy quantities rather than floods. But even with these practices, challenges emerged. Around Sirius's first birthday, he developed a fever that wouldn't break. Not a normal fever, a magical one, caused by his own uncontrolled power affecting his physical body. The healers were concerned and somewhat baffled. I've never seen anything quite like this, one healer admitted. It's as if his magical core is overheating. We can cool his body, but the fever keeps returning. In desperation, Harry and Luna brought Sirius to Dumbledore. The former headmaster, now in his 90s but still brilliant, examined the boy carefully. Ah, Dumbledore said finally. I see. Young Sirius is experiencing what I call a magical overload. His power is developing faster than his body can accommodate. He needs to release it. How? Harry demanded. He's just a baby. He can't cast spells. No, Dumbledore agreed. But he can be guided to express his magic more naturally. Through play, through movement, through simple magical interaction. Over the following weeks, Luna began spending extended time with Sirius, encouraging him to play with his magic. They'd sit in a specially warded room, one that could handle magical surges without risk, and she'd help him direct his power into simple manifestations. Making flowers bloom, making rain, creating light. It was unconventional magical training, but it worked. The fever subsided as Sirius learned to express and release his magic more consistently. And by his second birthday, he developed a degree of control that was remarkable for such a young child. Your children are extraordinary, Hermione said, watching Sirius make small objects levitate with focused concentration. They're going to need extraordinary education. By this point, Harry and Luna were beginning to think seriously about longer-term educational plans. Hogwarts was still 4 and 5 years away for Lyra and Sirius respectively, but preparation was necessary. Luna investigated alternative magical education systems. Harry consulted with educational theorists about how to best nurture advanced magical children. There are specialty schools in Europe, Luna reported after extensive research. Schools that focus on developing exceptional magical talent. But there are also independent tutors. Or we could pursue a hybrid approach, traditional schooling supplemented by specialized instruction. What do you think would work best for our children? Harry asked. Luna considered carefully. I think we let them choose, eventually. But for now, I lean toward a strong foundation in traditional schooling, Hogwarts, combined with private instruction tailored to their specific abilities. They need to learn to function in normal magical society while also developing their exceptional gifts. The decision to do both traditional and specialized education meant significant financial investment. But Harry and Luna were in good positions. Harry's salary from his ministry work was substantial, and Luna had begun publishing her research, which brought her royalties. They could afford it. More importantly, they could afford to give their children what they'd never had: choices, support, and the freedom to become who they wanted to be. By Lyra's 5th birthday, she was functioning academically at a level several years ahead of her age. Her magical abilities were remarkable. And her personality was becoming increasingly strong and opinionated. She had her mother's intuitive nature and her father's fierce protectiveness. She was also, to everyone's amusement, determined to protect Sirius from perceived slights. When another child at daycare took her brother's toy, Lyra had used a modified levitation spell to return it, something no 5-year-old should have been capable of. She needs appropriate outlets for that protective instinct, Iris Dalton advised. Or she'll develop unhealthy patterns. Might I suggest martial magic training? There are classes designed for young children, nothing aggressive, but teaching them to channel their protective impulses productively. They enrolled Lyra in a class that combined basic magical theory with what amounted to magical martial arts. She loved it immediately. She'd found an outlet for her intense energy and her need to protect and defend. She worked hard, listened carefully to instruction, and began to develop a more nuanced understanding of how to use her power appropriately. But by late spring, as Lyra approached her 5th birthday, something changed. She became withdrawn. She had nightmares again, though less frequently than before. And she started asking difficult questions. Daddy, why did bad people try to hurt you? She asked one evening. At 5, she had a child's directness but a preternatural understanding of complex concepts. Harry exchanged glances with Luna. They'd always been truthful with their children about the war and the challenges Harry had faced. But this seemed like a moment that required particular care. When I was younger, there was a bad wizard, Harry explained carefully. He wanted to hurt people and take control of the wizarding world. I had to stop him. In the process, some people were hurt. Some people died. Did you die? Lyra asked. No, I survived. And I've worked very hard to make sure bad things like that don't happen again. Could they happen again? Lyra pressed. Harry couldn't lie to her. Possibly. But not because I'm allowing it. I work every day to prevent that. Lyra was quiet for a long moment. I want to help prevent bad things too. When I grow up, I want to protect people like you do. Harry's heart clenched. He was looking at his 5-year-old daughter and seeing echoes of the burden he'd carried his entire life. The weight of responsibility, the drive to protect others. He didn't want that for her. He wanted her to have a normal childhood. But she was already her mother's daughter. Already carrying intuition and perception that marked her as different. And she was her father's daughter too, carrying the instinct to fight against darkness. Then we'll make sure you're trained properly, Luna said gently. We'll help you develop the skills and strength you need. But Lyra, you also get to have a normal life. You get to play and laugh and be a child. You don't have to be a hero. That's important. I want to be though, Lyra said stubbornly. I want to be strong like Daddy and wise like Mama. Harry pulled his daughter close, and through their partial bond, he felt her fierce determination. Her absolute conviction that she could and should help others. It was admirable and terrifying in equal measure. That night, after both children were in bed, Harry and Luna had a serious conversation in their garden. We're going to have to be very careful with her, Luna said quietly. She's going to be powerful, and she's already showing signs of wanting to use that power for good. It's the right instinct, but we have to make sure she doesn't feel obligated. Doesn't feel like she's responsible for the world the way you felt responsible. How do we do that? Harry asked. By showing her that her worth doesn't depend on her usefulness, Luna replied. By celebrating her for who she is, not what she can do. By giving her permission to be selfish sometimes, to put her own needs first. By letting her make mistakes without catastrophic consequences. Basically, by being the parents we wish our parents had been. It was a tall order. But over the following months, they worked on it. They celebrated Lyra's achievements without tying them to identity. They encouraged her to pursue interests beyond magic. She became fascinated with history, with art, with music. They helped her understand that she could be strong and still choose a quiet life if she wanted to. That her potential didn't obligate her to any particular future. By summer, as they prepared for Lyra to enter formal magical education at a specialized academy designed for gifted young witches and wizards, Harry felt more at peace. His children weren't going to be pressured into specific roles. They were going to have choices. They were going to grow up knowing they were loved for themselves, not their abilities. Through their soul bond, Luna sent him waves of support and agreement. They were doing this right. They were breaking cycles. They were building something different than what either of them had experienced growing up. And their children would be the better for it. Free to become whoever they chose to be. Supported but not controlled. Powerful but not obligated. That was their gift to the next generation. That was the piece they'd fought to build. Chapter 16. Diverging Paths. By Lyra's entrance into the Ashmore Academy for Gifted Young Witches and Wizards, Harry and Luna had settled into a domestic rhythm that felt sustainable. Lyra attended academy during the week, coming home weekends. Sirius continued daycare and tutoring. And Harry and Luna balanced their respective careers with family obligations. But as Lyra began to truly develop her powers under professional guidance, something unexpected emerged. Her gifts weren't just in magic. She had an intuitive understanding of complex magical theory that her instructors said was rare even among adults. She demonstrated natural leadership abilities. And most interestingly, she began to specialize in binding magic, the ancient magic of contracts, oaths, and connections. It's unusual, her instructor at Ashmore, Professor Thaddeus Blackwell, explained during a conference with Harry and Luna. Most young witches her age are still struggling with basic spellcasting. Your daughter is studying theoretical frameworks that typically aren't introduced until advanced years at Hogwarts. She seems particularly drawn to the mechanics of bonds. Harry and Luna exchanged meaningful glances. Of course Lyra was drawn to bond magic. She existed because of a soul bond. She was partially connected to her parents through their bond. Understanding bonds was almost like understanding herself. What does she want to do with this knowledge? Luna asked. She's been asking questions about developing new types of bonds, Professor Blackwell replied. Stronger bonds, bonds that could connect more than two people, bonds that could serve specific purposes beyond traditional soul bonding. I've encouraged her to think academically about these questions while she completes her foundational studies. But I suspect her eventual career path may involve advanced bond theory. Back home that evening, Harry and Luna discussed the implications. She's going to research bond magic, Luna said with certainty. Eventually, she'll probably develop new applications we haven't even thought of. Like what? Harry asked. I don't know, Luna admitted. But Lyra's going to forge her own path. She won't follow ours. She'll go deeper, further, into territories we haven't explored. And I think that's wonderful. As Lyra advanced through her studies at Ashmore, she became increasingly focused on her academic work. She spent weekends at home studying, practicing, discussing complex magical theory with her parents. At 7 years old, she was already functioning at a level that would have been exceptional for someone twice her age. Meanwhile, Sirius was developing along a very different trajectory. Where Lyra was serious and scholarly, Sirius was playful and intuitive. He showed less interest in formal study and more interest in creative play. His magical expressions were artistic rather than theoretical. He made objects beautiful rather than functional. He seemed drawn to the aesthetic and emotional aspects of magic rather than the mechanical and structural. He's going to be a magical artist, Hermione predicted. She'd been observing both children's development with academic interest. Look at how he uses his magic, always for beauty or expression. Even his accidental magic manifests as art. The divergence in their children's paths was fascinating to Harry and Luna. They'd both come from family lines of powerful wizards, but they were developing in completely different directions. And rather than trying to push them toward similarity, Harry and Luna encouraged their individual interests. Lyra received advanced academic tutoring. Sirius was enrolled in a creative magic program focused on artistic expression. Luna began researching bond theory more extensively to support Lyra's studies. Harry consulted with advanced magical theorists to understand what his daughter was pursuing. But the divergence also created challenges. In many ways, Lyra had become the special child, the prodigy who was already studying material far beyond her years. Sirius sometimes seemed lost in comparison. He wasn't struggling. His teachers consistently reported that he was bright and capable. But he wasn't exceptional in the way Lyra was. Sirius asked me today if he was as good as his sister, Luna reported one evening. Sirius had overheard adults marveling at Lyra's academic progress and apparently felt inadequate. "What did you tell him?" Harry asked. "That he was good at completely different things," Luna replied. "That being different doesn't mean being less. But Harry, I'm worried about what we're inadvertently teaching them. That Lyra's academic excellence matters more than Sirius's creative talents. We need to be more intentional about celebrating both types of growth." The next weekend, Harry and Luna made a conscious effort to shift their approach. They attended Sirius's first formal art exhibition at his school, a showcase of young students' creative magic. While Lyra's academic achievements were impressive, watching 6-year-old Sirius create beautiful, glowing sculptures from pure magical energy was equally awe-inspiring in a different way. "He's remarkable," Harry whispered to Luna as they watched their son work. "His magic is so graceful. So intentional." "He is," Luna agreed. "And I think we've been so focused on Lyra's intellectual development that we've overlooked how special Sirius is in his own right. We need to do better." Over the following months, they did adjust. They celebrated Sirius's creative achievements as enthusiastically as Lyra's academic ones. They enrolled him in advanced art classes. They commissioned him to create magical art for their home. And they made sure he understood that his path, even if it was very different from his sister's, was equally valued and important. The shift seemed to help. Sirius's confidence grew. He began creating increasingly sophisticated magical art. And perhaps most importantly, he developed a sense of security in who he was, regardless of his sister's exceptional achievements. But as Lyra entered her second year at Ashmore Academy, new complications emerged. At 8 years old, she was already thinking about university-level study. Her instructors at Ashmore had begun discussing early graduation and accelerated programs. And Harry could see in his daughter's eyes the same pressure and intensity he'd felt his entire life, the weight of being special, being exceptional, being relied upon to be more than ordinary. "We need to slow her down," Harry said to Luna one evening. He'd been having dreams about Lyra, seeing echoes of his own childhood trauma playing out in her life. "She's pushing herself too hard. She feels like she has to be perfect, to be the best, to justify being as gifted as she is. I've noticed," Luna said quietly. "She's been having nightmares again. Through our bond, I can feel her anxiety about her studies. It's too much pressure for a child." They scheduled a meeting with Professor Blackwell at Ashmore. They expressed their concerns about the accelerated path the Academy was proposing. They advocated for Lyra to stay with age-appropriate peers, too. Have space to be a child alongside her academic development. Blackwell was understanding but firm. "Your daughter is extraordinarily gifted. It would be a disservice to hold her back academically just for the sake of age-appropriate progress. But I understand your concern about burnout. Perhaps we find a middle ground. Academically accelerated, but with mandatory breaks and a requirement that she engage in non-academic activities. She needs balance as much as intellectual stimulation." The compromise worked. Lyra's academic pace remained accelerated, but with built-in rest periods. More importantly, the school required that she participate in physical activities, social programs, and creative pursuits alongside her academic work. Lyra was forced to have a life beyond studying. And gradually, Harry saw the change. His daughter, who'd been approaching magical theory with an intensity that bordered on obsession, began to relax. She still loved her studies. But she also loved playing with her friends. She discovered a passion for Quidditch. She began taking art lessons with Sirius, discovering that creating beauty was as meaningful to her as understanding its theoretical foundation. By Lyra's 9th birthday, she'd become a more balanced person. Still extraordinarily gifted, still pursuing advanced academics. But also happy. Also present. Also capable of enjoying childhood. That summer, as their family gathered for her birthday celebration, Harry reflected on how far they'd all come. Lyra was thriving in her own unique way, brilliant but also joyful. Sirius was flourishing as an artistic child with confidence in his path. Luna had launched a new research initiative into advanced bond theory with Lyra's work as partial inspiration. And Harry had reached a point in his career where he could mentor others, rather than constantly proving himself. They'd built something good. A family that celebrated diversity, that allowed for individual paths, that supported each person becoming who they were meant to be. It wasn't always easy. There were still challenges, still moments of doubt and confusion. But the foundation was solid. Built on love, on choice, on the commitment to grow together while allowing each other to be distinct individuals. I'll continue with chapters 17 to 20 now, maintaining the same 4,000-word format and punctuation pacing. Chapter 17, The Shifting World. A decade after Voldemort's defeat, the wizarding world had transformed significantly. The ministry had undergone reforms, though progress was sometimes frustratingly slow. New generations of young wizards and witches were being educated with improved curricula. Most importantly, awareness of the dangers of unchecked power and the importance of community had become foundational to magical culture. Harry, now in his late 20s, had become one of the most influential figures in wizarding education. His methods had been adopted across Britain and several European countries. He'd published multiple papers on magical pedagogy. And he'd trained thousands of Aurors in both defensive magic and ethical application of force. But with influence came complications. Not everyone agreed with his reforms. Some traditional wizards felt that modernizing education was diluting pure magical practice. Some conservative ministry officials wanted to increase enforcement against certain types of magical study. And some fringe groups began to voice opinions that sounded uncomfortably similar to pure-blood ideology from before Voldemort's time. "It's starting again," Hermione said grimly one evening. She'd expanded her own work to include monitoring extremist groups within the wizarding community. "Nothing organized yet, but there are scattered voices. Advocating for magical superiority, for limiting Muggle-borns, for establishing hierarchies based on magical purity. It's the same rhetoric that enabled Voldemort's rise. What can we do?" Harry asked. Through their soul bond, Luna was listening from across the room, her expression concerned. "What we always do," Luna said softly. "Document it. Counteract it. Don't let the false narratives gain traction. But Harry, we also have to prepare. The world isn't finished with darkness. It's just resting." The realization that magical prejudice and extremism hadn't been fully eradicated with Voldemort's death was sobering. Harry had somehow believed that defeating the Dark Lord had solved the fundamental problems that had enabled his rise. But ideologies, he was learning, weren't solved by destroying one person. They had to be actively countered, constantly. Perpetually. "We're going to have to teach Lyra and Sirius about this," Harry said. "Not just the history, but the ongoing reality. The fact that darkness doesn't just disappear. It evolves. It adapts. It spreads when people aren't vigilant." "They already know," Luna replied. "In the way that children always sense what adults are worried about. We should just be direct with them." That weekend, Harry and Luna sat their children down and had a serious conversation. Lyra was 10 now, already thinking about what she'd study after Ashmore Academy. Sirius was 9, absorbed in his art practice but also increasingly aware of the world beyond creative magic. "We need to tell you something important," Harry began. "When I was young, there was a wizard named Voldemort who believed that some magic users were better than others. That pure bloods were superior. He convinced many people to follow him, and he hurt a lot of people. He died, but the ideas didn't die with him. And now, those ideas are starting to spread again." "What kind of ideas?" Sirius asked, his innocent question cutting to the heart of the matter. "That some people are better because of who their families are," Luna explained. "That Muggle-borns don't deserve the same rights as wizards. That certain types of magic are superior. Basically, the belief that if you're born the right way, you deserve more power and privilege." Lyra's expression hardened in a way that worried Harry. At 10, she already had an intense sense of justice. The idea that people were being discriminated against based on their birth would absolutely engage her need to fight for what was right. What do we do about it? Lyra demanded. How do we stop it? We educate, Harry said. We're vocal about why these ideas are wrong. We support policies that protect people from discrimination. We're careful not to let falsehoods take root. But Lyra, and this is important, we don't get violent about it. We don't mirror their hatred. We fight with truth and reason and community. Even if that's slower, Lyra challenged. She'd inherited her mother's intuition and her father's determination, but also a youthful impatience with anything that seemed inefficient. Especially if it's slower, Harry said. Violence begets violence. Hatred begets hatred. If we fight darkness with darkness, we become what we're fighting against. We have to find another way. Over the following months, Harry and Luna became more public in their opposition to emerging extremist voices. They gave interviews. They published articles. They worked with the ministry to develop better protections against discrimination. It was draining work, made harder by the knowledge that it might be never-ending. But they weren't alone. Ron and Hermione were doing similar work in their departments. Sirius and Calliope were using their positions to counter misinformation. And perhaps most importantly, a new generation of wizards and witches who'd grown up without Voldemort, without the oppressive weight of his regime, were stepping forward. Young Aurors who'd been trained by Harry. Young educators who'd learned reformed pedagogical methods. Young activists who believed in equality and mutual respect. The extremist movement never gained the traction that Voldemort had. But it didn't need to, in many ways. The threat wasn't conquest. The threat was erosion. The gradual wearing away of protections and standards until discrimination became normalized again. Preventing that required constant vigilance, constant pushback. This is our life now, Luna said one evening. She was reviewing materials for a ministry presentation on the importance of recognizing that magical ability and magical worth weren't related to bloodline. This ongoing battle against darkness. Not the dramatic war, but the daily struggle to maintain civilized standards and protect the vulnerable. Does it feel futile? Harry asked. Luna considered. Sometimes. But Harry, even if we prevent just a few acts of violence or discrimination, even if we protect a few people who would have otherwise been hurt, that matters. It's not as dramatic as defeating Voldemort, but it's more important in many ways. Because this is how society functions. Through the accumulation of millions of small choices. Small commitments to fairness. Small refusals to accept injustice. Harry nodded. He understood. He'd spent so much of his life preparing for one grand confrontation. But the real work, the ongoing, tedious, sometimes thankless work, was this. Maintaining standards. Protecting the vulnerable. Countering misinformation. Being alert for the slow corruption of systems. By Lyra's 11th birthday, as she prepared to enter Hogwarts, the wizarding world was in a precarious state of equilibrium. There was no active dark regime. There was no Dark Lord gathering followers. But there was tension, underlying currents of prejudice and inequality that had never been fully addressed. The surface was calm, but underneath, currents moved. Harry wondered what world his children would inherit. What challenges they'd face. Lyra, with her brilliant mind and intense sense of justice, would likely face some version of the battles he'd fought. Sirius, with his artistic nature and intuitive understanding of beauty and emotion, would probably find his own way of contributing. But at least they'd have choices. At least they'd grow up in a world where multiple paths were possible. Where they could pursue academics or art, activism or creativity, without feeling obligated to become warriors against darkness. That was the legacy Harry and Luna had tried to build. Not a perfect world, but a world with more possibilities. More freedom. More space for individual choice. And maybe that was enough. Maybe that was all anyone could hope for. Not perfect victory, but steady progress. Not the absence of darkness, but the ability to face it without being consumed by it. To build beauty and knowledge and love even in the face of ongoing challenges. That was the world Harry had fought for. That was the world his children were inheriting. And maybe, just maybe, that world could endure. Chapter 18. Hogwarts Entrance. Lyra's first day at Hogwarts arrived with characteristic fanfare. The entire student body seemed aware that she was the daughter of the famous Harry Potter. And more importantly, they seemed aware that she was extraordinary in her own right. At 11, she was already functioning academically at a level several years ahead of her peers. Her teachers at Ashmore Academy had prepared her well. But Hogwarts was different from Ashmore. Ashmore had been specifically designed for advanced students. Hogwarts mixed students of varying abilities and interests. It was, in many ways, a much harder environment for someone like Lyra, who felt intense pressure to be exceptional in every area. "Don't overthink it," Harry told her before she boarded the train. "You're going to be brilliant. But you're also going to make mistakes, struggle with subjects that don't come naturally, have a hard time in classes sometimes. That's normal. That's okay. The goal isn't perfection, it's growth." Lyra nodded solemnly, but Harry could see the pressure in her eyes. The expectation, both from others and from herself, to be exceptional. When the Sorting Hat placed her in Ravenclaw, Harry had half expected Gryffindor, but Luna's intuitive nature had passed to Lyra, and the Hat seemed to recognize that. Lyra looked both relieved and terrified. Relieved because Ravenclaw housed some of the most academically advanced students. Terrified because that meant even higher expectations. "She'll be fine," Luna assured Harry after the sorting feast. They were at home in London, having watched through magical transmission. "She's stronger than you think. She has support. She has us. And she has something you didn't have growing up, the security that her worth isn't determined by her achievements." But the first term was harder than Harry had hoped. Lyra's professors, impressed by her intellectual ability, began pushing her toward advanced work almost immediately. She took on additional study loads. She competed fiercely in classes. And by October, Harry was seeing signs of burnout, excessive fatigue, anxiety that bled through their bond, the same pressure he'd felt his entire life. Harry made a decision. He visited Dumbledore, who'd become emeritus headmaster after McGonagall's retirement and was still present at the school, and requested a meeting about Lyra. "I see it," Dumbledore said after Harry explained his concerns. "Your daughter is operating under assumptions that serve her poorly. She believes her worth is tied to her achievements. She fears that failing to be exceptional is somehow a personal failing. These are learned patterns. Who taught them to her?" "I did," Harry said bitterly. "Without meaning to. Just by existing. My entire life has been about being exceptional, about carrying responsibility. She's absorbed that. Then we must teach her differently," Dumbledore replied. "Not through words, she'll dismiss those as well-meaning platitudes. But through experience. Through seeing that she can be imperfect and still be valued. Through understanding that difficulty is not shame." Over the following months, Dumbledore and several other professors worked intentionally on helping Lyra find balance. They assigned her projects designed to challenge her in different ways. They created space where failure was a learning opportunity rather than a catastrophe. And perhaps most importantly, they treated her as a regular student who happened to be exceptionally bright, rather than as a prodigy who must constantly prove her worth. By winter break, Lyra seemed lighter. More relaxed. She talked enthusiastically about classes and friendships rather than just academic achievement. She'd made friends with several other students. She'd joined the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, discovering a passion for flying that had nothing to do with excellence and everything to do with joy. "She's learning," Luna said, observing her daughter over the holidays. "She's understanding that growth is multifaceted. That she can be brilliant without being perfect. That she can fail at something and still be worthy." But if Lyra was learning difficult lessons about perfectionism and pressure, Sirius was navigating his own challenges. At 10, he was the age when magical children typically began thinking about their career paths. Unlike his sister, Sirius had little interest in traditional academic achievement. His passion was art. His magic was strongest when expressed creatively. "What will I do with art magic when I grow up?" he asked his parents one evening. The worry in his voice was palpable. "It's not like I can become an auror or a professor. Art doesn't seem like a serious career." "Magic art can be serious," Luna said gently. "You could work for the Ministry's Department of Magical Art and Culture. You could freelance as a commission artist for wealthy families. You could teach others. You could innovate. There are more paths than you think. But none of them are as important as what Lyra's going to do," Sirius said. "She's going to change magical theory or something. I'm going to make pretty things. That's not important." Harry's heart broke hearing his son diminish himself. He'd tried so hard not to create hierarchies of achievement, but somehow Sirius had still internalized the idea that intellectual pursuits were more valuable than creative ones. Sirius, Harry said carefully. Listen to me. The world needs beauty. It needs people who can create things that make life meaningful and joyful. Without artists, the world is gray and cold. Do you understand? But it's not solving problems, Sirius argued. It's not saving people. It's just making things. Making things is solving problems, Luna said. Sometimes problems aren't practical. Sometimes the problem is that people's spirits are crushed. Their joy is depleted. Their sense of wonder is gone. Art solves those problems. Art feeds the soul. Your art will do that. That's important work. Over the following months, Harry and Luna made intentional efforts to help Sirius see the value in his path. They attended his art shows with the same enthusiasm they showed for Lyra's academic achievements. They connected him with successful magical artists who could serve as mentors. They helped him understand that different forms of contribution were equally valuable. Not different in value, just different in form. By spring, Sirius seemed more settled. He was still pursuing his art with passion, but without the underlying sense that he was somehow less than for not being academically exceptional. He'd found his community, other young artists who understood the value of creative work. He'd begun apprenticing under a master of magical sculpture. He was becoming confident in who he was and what he offered the world. We did it, Luna said one evening. Both children seemed grounded and happy, despite being quite different. We're raising two completely different people with two completely different paths, and neither of them feels like they're failing at being the other one. It's not done yet, Harry cautioned. There will be more challenges. There always are. But for now, yes. I think we've managed to build something healthy. Two kids who know they're valued for who they are, not what they achieve. Through their soul bond, Luna sent waves of agreement. They'd come so far, from two broken survivors of war, to bonded partners, to parents raising the next generation with intentionality and love. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't always easy. But it was good. And that was more than either of them had dared hope for when they first bonded on that Hogwarts train, so many years ago. Chapter 19. Legacy and Future. By Lyra's fourth year at Hogwarts, the wizarding world had changed again. The extremist movements that had been gaining traction a few years earlier had been effectively countered through ministry policy changes and public education campaigns. Magical prejudice still existed, it probably always would in pockets, but it no longer had institutional support or cultural momentum. That was considered a significant victory. Lyra had thrived in the relatively stable magical culture. Her academic work on advanced bond theory had begun attracting attention from adult scholars. At just 15, she'd published her first paper in a peer-reviewed magical journal, a remarkable achievement for someone so young. But more importantly, she'd learned to balance her intellectual pursuits with other aspects of life. She had close friendships. She played Quidditch. She attended social events. She was, in many ways, becoming the balanced person Harry and Luna had hoped she'd be. But she was also, inevitably, beginning to face the same questions Harry had faced at her age. What came next? What was her role in the world? What did she want to contribute? I want to continue my bond research, Lyra told her parents one weekend home. I want to expand on my current theoretical framework and actually begin testing applications. I think I might develop something entirely new. A type of bond that could connect more than two people. A community bond. Luna's eyes lit up. That's brilliant, Lyra, that could transform how magical communities function. But you're also 15. You still have 3 years at Hogwarts. Will you continue your academic study? I want to do both, Lyra said. I want to finish Hogwarts while pursuing my research. It might be challenging, but I think I can manage it. Harry wasn't surprised by her answer. Lyra had learned to be ambitious in healthy ways, pursuing her goals without needing them to define her entire identity. But he was concerned about workload. He'd made that mistake himself, pushing too hard, taking on too much. Let's find a mentor for you, Harry suggested. An adult scholar who's doing advanced magical theory. Someone who can guide your research without it becoming overwhelming. You need someone who can help you balance academic work with your Hogwarts studies. Through contacts in the magical research community, they found Drive. Elias Weatherby, a brilliant magical theorist who specialized in advanced bonding. He'd read Lyra's published paper and was intrigued by her ideas. He agreed to mentor her formally, meeting with her weekly during school holidays and maintaining correspondence during term. Under Drive, Weatherby's guidance, Lyra's research became more sophisticated. She began designing actual experiments to test her theoretical framework for community bonds. And over the next 2 years, as she completed her OWLs and entered her 6th and 7th years, she developed a working prototype of what she called a covenant bond, a magical connection that could unite a group of people in purpose and mutual support without removing individual autonomy or creating hierarchies. It's revolutionary. Drive, Weatherby told Harry and Luna during a meeting at their home. Lyra was there too, uncharacteristically nervous. Your daughter has essentially created a new category of magical bonding. This could transform how magical communities, professions, and organizations function. She should be extremely proud. Lyra was proud, but she was also realistic. The theoretical framework is solid, but there's still so much testing to do. Real-world applications. Potential limitations. I'll need years of research to fully understand what I've created. Which is fine, Luna said. You have your whole life ahead of you. You can spend it exploring this. Building on it. Teaching others. As Lyra navigated her later years at Hogwarts, Sirius was discovering his own path. Now 13, he'd moved beyond apprenticeship and was beginning to establish himself as a young artist of significant promise. His work had been featured in several magical galleries. He'd begun receiving commissions from prominent wizarding families. And most importantly, he'd found a deep sense of satisfaction in his creative practice. He's going to have a career as an artist, Hermione observed one evening. She and Ron had become increasingly involved in Harry and Luna's lives over the years, serving as quasi-aunts and uncles to Lyra and Sirius. Actual, viable career, not something he fell into by accident, but something he's pursuing intentionally and successfully. Unlike me, Ron joked. He'd become one of the top Aurors in Britain, a success that had initially surprised everyone but in retrospect seemed inevitable given his courage and his ability to work well in teams. Unlike any of us, Hermione corrected. We all sort of stumbled into our careers based on circumstances. But these kids, Lyra and Sirius, they're being intentional. They're thinking about what they want and pursuing it. Not what's expected. What they actually want. It was true. Harry and Luna had tried to give their children something they hadn't had, space to choose. And it seemed to be working. Lyra would likely pursue advanced magical research and education. Sirius would likely become a professional artist. Different paths. Different contributions. But both chosen with intention and purpose. As Harry and Luna entered their 30s, they began to consider their own future. What came next for them? They'd accomplished so much, built successful careers, raised remarkable children, contributed significantly to rebuilding the wizarding world after Voldemort's regime. What remained? I think I want to write, Luna said one evening. She'd been thinking about her legacy, about what she wanted to leave behind. Not academic papers or research reports, but actual books. Books that capture what I've learned about creatures and magic and bonds. Stories that could inspire people. Books for the next generation. That's perfect, Harry said. You'd be an excellent author. Your unique perspective would translate beautifully to narrative. What about you? Luna asked. What do you want to do with the next chapter? Harry considered. I've been thinking about stepping back from active Auror training. Maybe starting an institute for magical ethics. Somewhere that teaches not just technical magical skill but the philosophical and ethical frameworks for using that skill responsibly. Somewhere that students can learn to think about power critically. That's needed, Luna said. The world needs that. People who can teach the next generation not just how to use magic but how to think about magic responsibly. Over the following years, both Harry and Luna made transitions. Harry founded the Institute for Magical Ethics and Responsibility, which quickly became a prestigious organization offering advanced training for Aurors, educators, and administrative officials. Luna began writing, starting with academic works but gradually transitioning toward more narrative-focused books that blended her research with storytelling. Both found the work deeply satisfying. By the time Lyra graduated from Hogwarts, at 17, she was already established in her early research career. She'd begun working with Dr. Weatherby on formalizing covenant bond theory, and there was discussion of her pursuing an advanced degree in magical theory. Her future was bright and full of possibility. Sirius, now 16, was having his first professional art exhibition at a prestigious magical gallery. His work had matured significantly. It was still beautiful and creative, but it had also gained depth and complexity. His art spoke to something deep in people, something about human connection, about the bonds that held communities together. It's almost like his art is responding to his sister's research, Hermione observed. She attended the opening of his exhibition with Ron and their 2 children. She's creating bonds. He's creating art about bonds. They're pursuing the same underlying topic from completely different angles. That's possible, Luna said. They've always been connected through our partial bond. They probably influence each other in ways they're not consciously aware of. At the exhibition, Harry and Luna stood back and watched their children work their respective talents. Lyra was discussing the technical aspects of her research with interested scholars. Sirius was talking about the inspiration behind each piece of art, his passion evident. 2 completely different people with completely different gifts. And yet somehow, both carrying the underlying values Harry and Luna had tried to instill: intentionality, integrity, and the commitment to contribute meaningfully to the world. That night, as they drove home through London's magical district, Luna reached over and squeezed Harry's hand. "We did it," she said softly. "We survived the war. We healed. We built a life. We raised 2 incredible human beings. We created something that's going to last." Through their soul bond, Harry felt the truth of her words. They had done it. Against all odds, they'd built something beautiful. Not perfect. Never perfect. But real and meaningful and good. "I love you," Harry said. "I've loved you since that train ride all those years ago. And I'll love you until the day I die. That bond, our bond, it's the best thing I've ever done." "I love you too," Luna replied. "And I think we've only just begun. There's still so much life ahead. So much to build. So much to become." As they drove through the magical city, past wizarding shops and enchanted streets, past the ministry building where they'd both worked to reshape policy, Harry and Luna looked toward the future with hope and anticipation. The war was long behind them. Peace had been built. And now came the work of maintaining that peace, of building on it, of creating a world where future generations could live freely and fully. That was their legacy. Not just victory, but continuation. Not just survival, but thriving. 2 souls bonded by magic, creating ripples of positive change that would extend far beyond their own lives. Chapter 20, Forever and Always. 20 years after their soul bond had first formed, 15 years after Voldemort's defeat, Harry and Luna stood in a garden filled with people they loved. Lyra, now 26, was giving a lecture on covenant bond theory at the International Wizards Conference. Sirius, at 25, had just won a major award for his artistic contributions to magical culture. And their parents, Harry and Luna, were watching their children's achievements with profound pride and satisfaction. The Institute for Magical Ethics had grown beyond Harry's most ambitious hopes. It had trained thousands of Aurors, educators, and administrators in ethical magical practice. His philosophy, that power came with responsibility and that understanding the implications of magical action was as important as understanding the technical aspects, had become mainstream. Future generations would grow up with these values embedded in their magical education. Luna's books had touched millions of readers. Her exploration of magical creatures, magical bonds, and the philosophy of connection had inspired a new generation of researchers. More importantly, her books had influenced how magical culture thought about the invisible connections between beings. The importance of recognizing those connections and treating them with respect. But perhaps the greatest achievement wasn't professional. It was personal. It was the family they'd built. The children who'd grown up knowing they were loved unconditionally. The marriage that had endured and deepened through every challenge. The life they'd created together. "Come sit," Luna said, leading Harry away from the crowd of well-wishers. They settled on a bench in the garden's quiet corner, away from the noise and celebration. 20 years, Harry said wonderingly. Has it really been 20 years? More than that, if you count the year before we officially bonded, Luna replied. But yes, 20 years since we created our bond. 15 since we won the war. Over a decade since Lyra was born. Time has done strange things. It's gone so fast and also somehow stretched infinitely. Harry took her hand. Through their soul bond, he could feel her contentment and satisfaction as clearly as his own. They'd earned this moment, this peace, this stability. Do you have any regrets? Luna asked. About any of it? Harry thought carefully. He could point to moments he'd handle differently if given the chance. Times he'd pushed too hard or not hard enough. Times he'd been impatient or overly cautious. But regrets about the fundamental choices. About bonding with her, about their children, about building this life. No, he said finally. Not a single one. Everything that happened, even the hard things, led us here. To this moment, to this life. I wouldn't change any of it. Neither would I, Luna said. She leaned against him, and they sat in companionable silence, watching the evening light paint the garden in shades of gold and purple. Lyra found them there as the sun was setting. Their daughter, brilliant and strong and so much herself, settled on the grass beside them. The conference organizers want me to do a follow-up lecture next year, Lyra reported. Something about the long-term applications of covenant bonds. I told them I'd think about it. But Mom, Dad, I wanted to ask you. What do you think? Am I doing enough? Is my research significant enough? Harry recognized the question for what it was. Not really about the lecture. But about worth and significance and whether her contributions mattered. It was a question he'd asked himself countless times. Your research is significant, Harry said. But Lyra, your worth isn't determined by how significant it is. You matter because you're you. Because you're intelligent and kind and thoughtful. Because you approach the world with integrity. That matters regardless of whether your research changes the world or not. I know that intellectually, Lyra said. But emotionally, I still struggle with it sometimes. I still feel like I have to be exceptional to be worthy. That's something we all struggle with, Luna said gently. Your father spent his whole childhood trying to be worthy. I spent mine trying to be accepted for who I was. We still have moments when we're not sure if we're doing enough. That doesn't go away. You just learn to manage it better. Sirius appeared as the last light faded from the sky. He'd taken a different path to adulthood than his sister, but he'd become no less remarkable. His art now hung in galleries around the world. His work had transformed how people thought about magic and creativity and connection. But more importantly, he was happy. Genuinely, deeply happy. I've been commissioned to create a series of pieces for the International Wizards Conference, Sirius announced. Something about representing the unity and diversity of the magical world. I'm excited about it. Terrified, but excited. They talked into the night, the four of them, discussing work and life and the future. And as the stars emerged overhead and the garden filled with gentle darkness, Harry felt a profound sense of peace. This was what he'd fought for. Not victory, not dominance, not the eradication of darkness. But this, the ability to sit with people he loved. To have conversations that mattered. To build a life that was meaningful and full. Later, after Lyra and Sirius had left and it was just Harry and Luna again, they made their way to the top of their home, a small tower with a view of London's magical district. They'd added it years ago, a private space just for them. I want to tell you something, Luna said. Something I've been thinking about for a while. What is it? Harry asked. I want to formalize what we've done, Luna said. Not the bond, that's already as formalized as it can be. But our commitment to each other. To continue building this life. To face whatever comes next together. I want to renew our vows. Not for anyone else, but for us. To mark this moment. To acknowledge that we're choosing each other again, knowing everything we know now. After everything we've been through. After all the challenges and triumphs and ordinary days. We still choose each other. Harry felt tears come to his eyes. Yes, he said. Yes, absolutely. Luna, I choose you. I've chosen you every day for 20 years, and I'll choose you for every day that comes after. You're my favorite person in the world. You're my partner in every way that matters. You're my home. Luna pulled him close, and they stood together on their tower, overlooking the city they'd helped rebuild. Through their soul bond, their magic mingled, stronger and more beautiful than it had ever been. Not the frantic connection of young people discovering love for the first time. But something deeper, more complex, richer. A bond that had been tested and strengthened through years of living. Through raising children and pursuing careers. Through celebrating triumphs and navigating hardships. Through choosing each other every single day. Forever and always. Luna asked softly. Forever and always, Harry confirmed. And in that moment, as London's lights twinkled below them and the stars wheeled overhead, Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood stood together, two souls bound by magic older than prophecy, by love deeper than any darkness, by a commitment that had endured every challenge the world had thrown at them. They'd survived war. They'd built peace. They'd raised the next generation. They'd created a legacy of integrity and love and beauty. And they'd done it together. The story that had begun on a Hogwarts express, when a lonely boy met a strange girl who believed in him when no one else would, had become something extraordinary. Not a story of heroic victory, though there had been that. But a story of love, of partnership, of two people choosing each other repeatedly, building a life together, creating something that would last long after they were gone. And that, Harry realized, was the greatest magic of all. Not spells or potions or ancient incantations. But love, the conscious choice to commit to another person. To build with them. To face the future together. That was magic that could change the world. That was power that could endure forever. As Luna leaned her head on his shoulder and Harry wrapped his arm around her, both of them felt the rightness of it. The completion. The peace that came from having found their place in the world and in each other's hearts. This was what they'd fought for. This. Exactly this. And it was more than enough. It was everything. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. This is Heaven Harry fanfic, and I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.